Okay, I think this is a sign of how this meeting is going to run today. I know. All right. You have a 2-minute reprieve for the secretary to catch up. Okay, let's go here. Here we have this. Okay. It is 9:01 a.m. and I will call this meeting to order. I never use this gavel. I just gavelled.
That's what the end of the meeting.
I know. I'm calling the beginning. Okay, so we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Knox.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Do we have requests? I believe we have a request for AB 2449.
We do. I'm just trying to see if Mr. Jason Green has logged in. I don't see him yet, so we'll move on.
Okay, so you'll simply go back and acknowledge when that happens. All right, moving on to the approval of the minutes.
Move approval. I'll second that.
Second, all right. We'll take a roll call. Okay.
Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Actually, we
do
did
roll call.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Begin with your comments and roll call.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual and in-person meeting, so I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Knox.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
Here.
Mr. Santos.
Present.
Mr. Jason Green. Mr. Rue. Mr. Jones.
Here.
Mrs. Jones.
Here.
Mr. Kelly. And Chair Sanchez.
Here.
Staff participating in the meeting include the following: CIO John Grable, CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, AEOs JJ Popovich and Laura Guglielmo, Interim CFO Ted Granger, Staff Counsel Jessica Rivas. Investment staff participating are James Rice, Ahmed Agarwal, Esmeralda Del Bosch, John Kim, Calvin Chang, Cheryl Liu, Mel Chow, Catherine Chan, Scott Dreza, Bache Masaragian. And the consultants on site will be Makita and Alborn. Please use the trustees, please use your raise your hand option to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mic until you're ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Okay, moving on to the approval of the minutes.
Okay, Mr. Knox.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, public comment?
Yes, we have a received request from the public. The first speaker will be Robin Rodriguez. Robin, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name's Robin Rodriguez. I'm the staff director for Unite Here Local 11, and I've overseen Local 11's organizing program at Los Angeles International Airport for over 20 years. As many of you know, Arias is owned by French private equity firm PAI Partners through PAI Europe 7. LACERA committed $171 million to this fund in 2017. We very much appreciate LACERA's prior engagement with PAI, which resulted in substantial progress on labor issues at LAX, DTW, and MSP airports in 2020. Arias settled a contract with workers in Detroit, resolved the dispute over wages at LAX, and signed an agreement providing for labor peace and a fair process for Arias workers at Minneapolis Airport to decide on unionization. These are all positive developments that have helped to protect investors from the disruptive impacts of labor disputes on investments performance. However, Arias, PAI, and LACERA now face an urgent crisis at LAX, where Arias employs over 400 Unite Here Local 11 members who have been attempting to negotiate a new contract since June of 2022. Workers are asking for living wages that will enable them to provide for their families in Los Angeles, adequate staffing, and affordable benefits. We've come before the board to provide our ARIAS members with the opportunity to share the experience that have led them to walk out on 2 one-day strikes at LAX. These are the first strikes that LAX has seen in over 20 years and have been covered by the LA Times, KCRW, and many other news outlets. These issues present potential ESG, headline, and reputational risks to LACERA. We've been working closely with LACERA staff to resolve these issues this year, but unfortunately, despite 2 strikes and engagement by LACERA, the Washington State Investment Board and the UAW retiree healthcare funds, ARIAS has failed to come to the bargaining table with a serious economic proposal that would resolve the dispute. We urge LACERA to write a public letter to PAI expressing concern with the inability of the firm to mitigate ESG risks and maintain a constructive relationship with Unite Here Local 11 that would enable them to retain and even grow their business at airports in Southern California and Arizona, and that asks PAI executives to come before the Board of Investment to address how the firm plans to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Douglas Marmol. You will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Douglas Marmol, and I work for ARIAS LAX in Terminal 4. We have prepared the below draft talking points have in our interview with you. Please review this material. Oh, never mind. Yeah, the next part. Yeah, sorry. And like I said, I work at LAX, and I've been in the airport for the past 30 years. I don't make much money as a cook at ARIAS. Until recently, I was making less than $20 an hour, which means that after I pay my the rent and the bills, there's not much left over to save things like retirement. At the same time, we are busy almost every day at LAX. Before the pandemic, we had almost 700 employees. Now we are down to 400, and we feel it every day. The workload has gotten so high in many restaurants that turnover is terrible because we can keep people. Cooks like me have to work even harder, and we can keep it going on in like this. I'm fighting to make ARIAS a better place to work. My coworkers and I have been in strike twice now since November to convince ARIAS that things need to change. I'm 57 years old, and I deserve to earn a living wage. For that to happen, my coworkers and I need a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Joshua Nichols. You will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Joshua Nichols. I've worked at ARIAS for 5 years as an FFA, and I'm tired of coming to work and having to pick up extra slack when we should be staffed, and it's just not fair to me. Staffing has been a constant issue. Our store runs without a utility. The rest of us are just expected to pick up the slack, also while doing multiple other jobs at the same time. We are trained to uphold a certain level of service and cleanliness, but without proper staffing or tools, how is that possible? I pick up the slack because I don't want to work in a store or subject our customers to trash everywhere. I make $20.50 an hour, and at the end of the month, thanks to tips, I take home $2,500 a month roughly. And my rent is more than half of that, so not including utilities. I'm in debt every month, and I have to decide what to pay, what's a priority, and what's not. That's why right now my coworkers and I are fighting for a new contract that provides us with livable wages, affordable health insurance, a pension, and humane workloads. All over Southern California, my brothers and sisters at Unite Here Local 11 have been striking for months. My coworkers and I have gone on strike because our futures depend on us fighting for what we deserve. I'm here to urge you to publicly urge PAI to ensure they resolve the labor disputes at at their portfolio companies. It is in your interest to get this resolved. You should also ensure that future investments by these firms in hospitality are protected by labor peace, so there are not repeats of these same kinds of disputes that can determine your investments. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Jordan Fine.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Fine. I'm a lead research analyst with Unite Here Local 11. According to the MIT living wage calculator, the living wage for a family with 2 adults working and 2 children in LA County is $30.15. Yet, although many Arias workers make only $20 per hour, the company's latest economic proposal provides 0 additional wage increases in 2023 and insufficient increases over the next 3 years. Moreover, an Arias media statement released following the November 21st strike added insult to injury, stating, "Unite Here leaders ordered workers to the picket line, even intimidating associates who reported for their shifts earlier today." The statement continued, "It is now clear, however, that union leaders are more interested in chasing headlines, disrupting airport operations, and inconveniencing travelers during the busiest travel week of the year. Despite the egregious actions of Unite Here Local 11 leaders, we remain committed to serving LAX travelers." As you've heard from Arias workers today, they are not intimidated. They are not afraid of Arias. They are not afraid of Local 11. These workers decided to go on strike of their own free will and as a last resort. And these workers will do whatever it takes to win a fair contract from a company that consistently treats them with disrespect. Arias also faces a contract dispute at Chicago O'Hare International Airport, where Unite Here Local 1 represents over 130 food and beverage workers. And according to Local 1, Arias is the only concessionaire at the airport with the CBA that does not include participation in the union's health and welfare and pension funds. We really do appreciate LACERA staff's engagement with PAI. We've returned to the board today because PAI and Arias must resolve these issues and must mitigate ESG risks to the plan. As Robin stated, we are urging you to issue a public letter to PAI that expresses concern with the firm's failure to resolve this dispute and ask PAI executives to come before the board at its January meeting. I've provided board members and staff with a copy of the Arias media statement so you can see the tack that the company is choosing in these negotiations. And I've also provided you with a list of LACERA peer funds that have taken public steps to hold private equity managers accountable on ESG and human capital issues with positive results. These include CalPERS, CalSTRS, the Washington State Investment Board, the Minnesota Board of Investment, the New York State Common Retirement Fund, the Rhode Island Investment Commission, and the New York City Retirement System. We look forward to future collaboration with the LACERA board members and staff. And just a personal note, I've really appreciated working with a number of the trustees on the board, and we'll really miss you guys that are leaving the board and for whom it's the last meeting. So thank you really for your service. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you, Jordan.
And that's it.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Moving on to the executive update. We'll start with the CIO report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and trustees. I know that this is the last meeting for some trustees. Thank you for your service. And given that we have a very long agenda, I will save my well wishes for the good of the order. And I'm sure I won't be alone with those with my comments. On slide 4, please. Slide 4 shows the global market performance for major capital markets for the month of November. I think there was an article in yesterday's Wall Street Journal that called it an everything rally, and it was an everything rally. And this everything rally was driven by the decline in interest rates. There are details on slide 8 and in the staff chart of the month, which I'll reference before Ms. Jones references it, about the decline in interest rates and what that meant for the market. But as a result of that decline, the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury declined 51 basis points from 4.88% to 4.37%, which is a dramatic move in a month. And that resulted in the U.S. Aggregate Bond Index, which is our benchmark for investment grade fixed income, that was up 4.5% during the month. That was its best month in 40 years. So I don't know if anyone around the horseshoe or in this room was investing in the ag 40 years ago, but it was quite a market move, and that 4.5% increase was less than 50% of what Jim during the Real Assets Committee spoke about duration. Long-term treasuries were up 9.2% during the month. That's not what we expect for long-term treasuries to have that type of move, which is quite dramatic. And just to put that 9.2% in perspective, and it's detailed in the top left chart, that our broad equity markets, as measured by our benchmark, which is the ACWI IMI, that was also up 9.2% last month. So that's quite a move for a month. That's quite a move for a year. So just to put that in perspective.
Especially if you retire.
Yes. So that's really positive. The one thing that we'll wait till early next year to see is a month like November may impact our 2024 capital market expectations, because it may have been kind of too much too soon. And those capital market expectations are a key component of the asset allocation exercise and how the board will apportion assets. So we'll review that in Q1 2024, but last month may have an impact on it. Slide 9, please. Slide 9, we move from kind of the November rally to our actual results as of the end of October. So this slide shows the fund balance as of the end of October, and whereas what I spoke about on slide 4, that November was a treat, October was a bit of a trick. Pardon the belated Halloween reference there, but the NAV, the net asset value, the market value, as seen on the bottom left, was $71.2 billion as of the end of October. As a result of the movement in November, we're probably $3+ billion over that today. So, which is quite material. That is kind of our net benefit payments is $3 billion a year. So just something to think about. The return for the month was down net 1.3%, and cash stood at a very comfortable, $1 billion as of the end of October. And if we turn to slide number 10, thank you. This slide details the returns for the fund, the functional categories compared to benchmarks for various time periods. As we can see on the top of the slide, that over longer periods, we've had very strong performance versus our benchmarks. Fiscal year to date, we can see in the top chart that credit is our best performing functional category. Fiscal year to date, credit is up 4.1%, and the other asset categories, functional categories, are down. We talked during the real asset structure review about one of the attractive aspects of, I believe it's in the discussion of infrastructure, is, contracted cash flows. And that's contracted. That's the premise behind credit, and why it's working for us is our average coupon in our credit portfolio today is over our actuarial hurdle. Right. It's several hundred basis points above that 7%. And in some ways, the steady nature of those monthly payments on a monthly basis amortizes our return objectives or actuarial liability. And that's a very attractive aspect in what have been tumultuous markets over the last several years. The bottom of the page shows details for the OPEB trust. The net asset value for OPEB as of the end of October was $3.1 billion. OPEB was down 2.3% net for the month of October. And that's what we would expect, as OPEB is more sensitive to public markets than the pension. which means that OPEB will outperform in up markets and underperform the pension in down markets. And as the private allocation is fully implemented, once again, those two will converge in terms of market sensitivity. There is much more detail about these two portfolios and their component parts in this month's board package. There is a Makita and a staff quarterly performance report, hundreds of pages as part of the 1,000 or 1,200 pages, whatever is in this month's board report, that goes into significant detail about the portfolio as a whole, risk aspects, fees, you name it, and the components and the relative performance. So with that, given the length of the agenda, Madam Chair, I'm happy to pause for questions.
Great, thank you. That was a great overview. So we'll start with Herman. Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Grable, for your presentation. During public comment, we'd heard a great deal about LACERA staff in dialogue with the Arias company. Could you tell us what type of dialogue you've been having, the staff has been having with the company, and elaborate regarding the efforts that LACERA has made?
And I'm mindful of not necessarily commenting on kind of active underway negotiations because I'm not privy to those negotiations. What I will say is that LACERA staff actively monitors all investments. We are in active dialogue. We take advantages of the rights that we have. We serve on, from private markets on limited partner advisory committees. In public markets, we vote proxies. As you mentioned, Mr. Santos, that we have been in active discussion with the firm PAI that owns Arias. My understanding is that the two sides are engaging in a process, but I'm also mindful, and as we've discussed with the board, that we have different, rights and limitations of those rights in private markets where we are subject to certain NDAs in terms of what we can discuss, publicly, but we actively monitor all portfolio investments. We're fiduciaries. We take, as does the board, our fiduciary duty very seriously. That's our mission to our members. And it's something that that we're mindful of.
This is a commingled fund, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Right. So there are other investors in that particular fund.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And thank you. So, Mr. Grable, I have a question regarding your comment on credit and the impressive coupons that we are able now to receive as a matter of the market opportunity. With regard to what have been our longstanding standard credit terms that we are giving to our credit managers, which currently call for a hurdle rate, a performance hurdle of 3-month T-bills plus 6%, which in today's environment seems incredible. And I worry that it kind of may make it challenging for us to get to terms with some very, able managers that we should have on our list that may prefer not to, try to shoot for the moon and add risk to the portfolio that may not be appropriate. So can you comment on sort of how we come to those standard terms?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the question, and just a couple of perspectives. One is, I don't want to negotiate kind of in open session.
No, absolutely not. Something to think about.
Yes, the second aspect is that that we are mindful of the market. We are and I'll give the team, the whole team, credit for adhering to the strategic plan, which calls for a focus on improving fees and cost of capital. The fact that we have been able to structure a program that since inception has beat its benchmark by not being a term taker, but by being a term maker, I think has positioned us to outperform the benchmark dramatically. With that said, towards your point, we are mindful and we'll revisit that. And we also have, maybe some of the smaller managers in the space. We have helped seed some emerging managers in the space. And once again, I think that's additive to the portfolio as a whole and that component of it. So we will look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so we're going to take a moment to read our AB 2449.
Mr. Green, so can you please confirm if anyone over the age of 18 is present in the room?
Nobody's present.
He's present.
Okay, just a reminder that your camera and microphone need to be turned on when you're speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
it's just me.
Okay, thank you.
Did he grow that mustache in a month?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's impressive. That's a very impressive Movember you've had.
I second that.
Oh. Okay, moving on.
I'm over it, by the way.
Yeah, that's an impressive face furniture. Moving on to our member spotlight.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Please join me in taking a moment to recognize and celebrate the member selected for this month's Member Spotlight. Our Spotlight program is about recognizing the hardworking members who serve the constituents of LA County, to celebrate their contributions to our community, and to provide us a moment to reflect and remember why we do what we do, which is to serve our members. So with that in mind, this month's Spotlight shines on Olga Frug, who is a 35-year veteran of the Sheriff's Department. She's a custodian assistant. And one of the things that impressed me about her background is her deep sense of responsibility and the care that she takes in taking care of the people that are entrusted to her custody. So even though these folks may have done something that society deems inappropriate, she still treats them with respect, and that's something to be said. So we recognize her. She is not yet retiring, even though she's got 35 years of service. So she's still serving, and she is a part of a family of people that serve our constituents of LA County. So with that, we recognize Olga Frug and thank her for her service.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you, as always. Moving on to our Chief Executive Officer's report. Good to see you again.
Great. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Trustees, good morning. Just wanted to give you a brief update on a couple of items. First of all, I know we're coming to the end of the year, and so we will be, there'll be quite a rotation in terms of new trustees coming on board. I'll leave all the nice comments for good of the order, but I do want to mention that there will be 4 new trustees on the Board of Investments. Just this Tuesday, Mr. Michael Gatos, or the Honorable Michael Gatos, who was, I believe, an assembly member with the state of California, was appointed by Supervisor Hahn to serve on the Board of Investments. We've also have Nakomi in the audience, or I got to talk to her about how to say that. It's me. Thank you.
It's all about
Nicole. So it's all about me. I had a really, we had a really great meeting to kind of go over things just from a high level perspective. And I know that she's been busy getting oriented and getting up to speed. So she's going to be ready to hit the bricks running on come January. I've also met with Debbie Martin, who was the elected by the retirees. And so she's also been oriented and she's ready to go as well. So we're looking forward to having her join us. And we're also working with Joy Higa. There's some conflict issues that we just have to kind of work through just because of her employment. And so we're working through those, and we believe we have a path going forward. I did speak to the second district, and so I believe that her appointment will be on the agenda on the 19th. And so once she's on the agenda, we'll move forward and start bringing her up to speed as well.
Did we get? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Did we get the opinion letter from FPPC?
We have not done that yet. No, we haven't received it. So we believe we have a path. We have a path forward, and we can deal with that as we move forward. In the Board of Retirement, there will be 3 new appointees. I thought I would mention them. So Mr. Moore has been appointed. He's going to be returning to the Board of Retirement. And so I know that the last 2 days he's been in the office. We've been keep bringing him up to speed. And I think it seems like he had been gone for a couple of years, but it's only been 1 year. And so the amount of the questions that he had, the things that he was really focused in on, we'd accomplished a lot of those things. And so I think he was generally happy with the progress that we've made over that last year. Nancy Durazo has also been oriented, and we continue to provide her assistance, and she'll be ready to go in January as well. And then Mr. Rue was recently appointed by Supervisor Horvath to sit on the Board of Retirement. And so we found that out on Tuesday of last week. And so we're anxious to get him oriented as well. And so I think we have a meeting scheduled for next week to do that. So those are the changes in terms of the things that I wanted to highlight. And the investment office continues to have interviews with qualified candidates for their FA2 positions, and then we're still in the process of looking for EFL associates to provide us with a candidate pool to bring on a senior investment officer in real estate, and also a finance analyst 3 in corporate governance. And so I know that Mr. Grable and Mr. Perez have a very thorough vetting process that he goes through, and we want to respect that process and make sure that he finds the best person for LACERA, best people for LACERA. So in terms of the investment staff on the legal side, we have interviewed several candidates. I believe that Mr. Rice is getting together with his team this week to see whether or not he wants to make a selection to bring on a senior staff counsel and a staff counsel on the investment side. We're still looking for staff counsel on the benefits side, and I know that he's trying to get those positions filled as quickly as possible. On the Board of Retirement side, I do want to let you know that we do have we made some promotions, internal promotions. We have all the division manager positions have now been filled with permanent folks. You'll be happy to know, Trustee Kelly, that the Chief Financial Officer exam has been opened, and we're going to be accepting applications, I believe, through the 22nd of December. So we should be able to have a full complement of our management team on board on the Board of Retirement side and on the pension administration side. So that's good news. We've also managed to fill 3 IT manager positions on the programming side, project manager side, and the infrastructure side. And we're busy trying to find and identify individuals to promote to permanent, or not, well, actually to get permanent employees on the information security side of the shop, as well as filling a lot of the technical positions on the IT side. On the human resources side, we have 5 candidates that we're looking at. 2 have passed background checks. 2 are in the process of going through background checks, and 1 is in the pre-background check. And so we should be able to bring them on board as well, which will help us with the recruitment efforts for the other positions that we desperately need to fill. We also have 140 positions on the RBS 1 side. We had over 400 candidates. We've got them down to about 140, I believe, somewhere in that neighborhood.
RBS1? What is that?
Yes,
What is that?
retirement benefit specialists. They're the ones that do the member-facing services, the ones that do your counseling. So when
The front lines.
the frontline folks, right?
A lot of my colleagues here do not understand that.
They don't understand that. Sorry about that. It just
Habit.
rolls off the tip of the tongue.
I know you're biased in favor of the Board of Retirement.
They're actually in the process of doing mock calls so that we can identify the individuals that have, the right temperament and understand what the job is all about and have the right skill sets that we could move forward with. So we're moving forward with trying to hire everyone, fill all the vacant positions that we possibly can. So I did want to just mention that, and I know that you have a long meeting. So with that, my report is before you as well, and so I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions.
Great, thank you. That is a tremendous amount of progress, and each month we seem to be making more and more, so that is incredibly heartening.
Great.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kryman. With that, we will move on to the consent items. We've had a request to pull item C, so I will take a motion for items A, B, and D.
So move.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Linda?
Okay, Mr. Knox,
Aye.
Mr. Green, David, Mr. Santos,
Yes.
Mr. Jason Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, and Chair Sanchez.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so item C, Chief Executive Officer Salary Designation Authority upon appointment of external candidates. Mr. Kelly, you requested the item.
I did, thank you. So Santos, when I read through this, I was reminded, in looking at the county code and the Board of Supervisors policy manual, that the placement authority for county department heads is much more restricted than the current authority you have, and it would be less restrictive if we were to move this forward to the board. It makes sense to me what we're proposing to do in the memo. But what I wanted to talk to you about was strategy here, because we sued the county over the Board of Supervisors' role in this, and we lost. So how do we know that this is going to go favorably, or that the county CEO is not going to say, "Hey, hold up, you already have significant flexibility." Compared to county department heads and the Board of Supervisors' current practices and policies. So we're not giving you any more. How do we know that this will succeed?
Well, first, and Mr. Rice will correct me if I make any misstatements. The issue with the county was actually establishing positions and salary ranges. What we're talking about is how do you manage identifying individuals and compensating them within those particular parameters? I don't think that the county's question had ever been that we, LACERA, have the ability to do that in terms of placing individuals at certain levels. I believe what happened is that there have been a series of email or letters that have gone to the Board of Retirement and the Board of Investments to place individuals above the 75 percentile, which is the authority that I have to be able to place folks in. This would allow the CEO to negotiate salaries for individuals that are above the 75 percentile. And so it's difficult from a practical perspective to negotiate with someone when you don't have that authority, because you can't make a commitment. And those individuals are high-level folks.
It's public.
I get that. I get all that. But if you had any discussions in post the decision from the Supreme Court with the county CEO about how this is going to go forward in the future?
So we've had ongoing discussions about, Mr. Lugo and I have monthly meetings with them, and we go through each one of the positions that we're looking to change, title changes, compensation, and so on and so forth. We have not had discussions about what my authority is in terms of placing them on the.
No, I mean just in general, post Superior Court decision. Have you had any discussions with them about what the rules of engagement?
Well, let me tell you what the discussion is. The discussion is, Mr. Kryman, we're going to treat you like a county department until further notice. Once the decision is made by the courts, the appeal is done, then we can sit down and we can talk to you about how we're going to move forward.
Okay. So if this county CEO is saying we're going to treat you like another county department head, you end up with, operationally at least, significantly less flexibility than you currently have.
Well, I believe that we'll have less flexibility in terms of determining what the compensation and what the
Yeah.
positions are.
Yeah.
I don't believe that we're
I
going
just-
to have
I didn't-
limited in our ability to place individuals and work within the administrative apparatus that the county has identified.
No, I get that. I wanted to make sure I'm passing this, again, it makes sense to me, but that it wasn't going to backfire. And we wouldn't end up in a situation where you conceivably had less flexibility than you have now. Because the flexibility given to county department heads is very little. I mean, you can't place above the control point and you can't be more than this and that. It's very complex. So I just want to make sure about that.
I don't believe that the county is looking to hamstring us. I
Well, we
think
don't
in the
know.
discussions that I've had, with the county CEO early on, that wasn't her intention.
Okay, so we're Mr. Rice, we're expecting the appeal decision in early 2025?
The best reading of the tea leaves basically with the court would be that we'd get a decision around June or July of 2024.
Oh, what, 2024? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Santos?
I move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Knox,
Aye.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mrs. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, super. So moving on to our non-consent items. The first item on the agenda is the revised Board of Investments charter. As I read through it, I saw no additional sort of features. It looked like it was simply the cleanup and the final and the harmonization of policies that go with that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There's no additional authorities being proposed, no authorities being eliminated. This is simply to harmonize the BOI charter with the board's actions last month.
Super. All right.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Knox.
I had one question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So my laptop just died, and so I don't have the specific reference, but I sent it yesterday. I wasn't necessarily comfortable that I think in one document, we were defining the BOI's authority over the retirement trust and OPEB. But in another document, we had introduced the retirement trust, a retiree healthcare program, which seemed odd to me because that's retiree healthcare, and then separately listed OPEB, but way down in the document and not in the same kind of positioning that we had in some of the other documents. So it was really an issue of what are the two responsibilities for the Board of Investments? It's retirement trust and OPEB. And that had not been consistently, that wasn't consistent in terms of how it was presented. And I don't have the document for me.
Okay, and good morning, Madam Chair and trustees, Trustee Kelly. I believe there had been a question raised on the introduction to the BOI charter. Is that the reference? There are no substantive changes that we've proposed to the introduction. This is the existing text, really simply with the intent of harmonizing the document with the board's action. So this is existing. I believe, Mr. Kelly, you might be referring to on page 2 of the BOI charter, either in the clean copy or the red line version. The 5th paragraph does speak to the BOI also invests and manages the OPEB. That's where it's been referenced. If the board so wishes, we think it could also be referenced at the end of the 3rd paragraph, which describes the board's oversight for all investment programs. So that's kind of indirectly referencing the OPEB, but then speaks to the BOI, the defined benefit plan, as well as the OPEB.
I would agree with that. But why is reference in the 1st paragraph, why is there reference to retiree healthcare program under Board of Investments? That didn't make sense to me. And I get what you're saying, but when I read the broad objectives of ensuring consistency, et cetera, I thought that these types of things would be addressed or taken out if it wasn't applicable. I just thought it was odd to mention the retiree healthcare program under the Board of Investments. The Board of Investments has no responsibility for retiree healthcare.
It's just we do. We invest the money.
Right, but that's in the retirement trust. So, okay, I defer to staff.
Okay,
I think your proposal's fine.
okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Mr. Knox? Aye. Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Jones? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
And Chair Sanchez?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to our second non-consent item, item B, the hedge fund credit and real estate consultants request for proposal minimum qualifications and scope of work.
I will move the item.
Okay. All right. Just moving along this morning.
So Mr. Kelly made a motion, Ms. Jones
Jones
seconded.
seconded it.
Okay, Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Jones? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
And Chair Sanchez?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Thought that was your easiest presentation ever.
He was gonna say something, I'm like,
Okay, moving on to item C, the OPEB Trust Investment Policy Statement, the delegated authority revisions to that.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay,
okay. Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Jones? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Great job, Esme. That was hard work there. Thank you. Okay, now we get to the meat of this morning. The actuarial valuation of retirement benefits for 2023. We will hand that over to Santos Kryman, Ted Granger, and will we have Milliman as well?
Yep.
Yep, there we are.
I think our actuary should have walk-on music.
I agree.
I think it should be an essential part of how they want to. Yeah, it's a good idea.
It's hip to be square.
Yep.
That was said with love.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Investment Trustees. My name is Ted Granger. I'm with LACERA's Financial and Accounting Services Division. I'm here to introduce our speakers today. With me is from Milliman, LACERA's consultant actuaries is Nick Collier and Craig Glide. We're here to present the results of the 2023 actuarial valuation report, and we do have a recommendation before the board. I'll provide a couple of quick opening comments. This particular valuation recommends adjustments to the PEPRA plan contribution rates for members only, Safety C, General G. This report does not recommend changes to the legacy plans, all of the other contributory plans. That happens every 3 years, so that'll happen again in 2025 for the legacy plans. Every year, the employer contribution rates are adjusted, so those recommendations are included in this report. As far as the slide that we have now, our roadmap, obviously we're reviewing the actual evaluation report today here in December. If your board approves this report, it will allow us to work with the Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office to get those contribution rates approved for the employer and the PEPRA contribution rates for implementation beginning July 1, 2024. Subsequent to that, in the summertime, Milliman will prepare a risk assessment report. That report will be based upon this 2024 valuation, and we'll come back to the board in June to present that report like we usually do each year. So unless there's any questions for me, I'm going to hand it over to Nick and Craig.
Thanks, Ted. As Ted said, we're here to present the results of the 2023 actuarial valuation. We understand the board has a full agenda this morning, so we're going to keep our comments real brief, but as always, we welcome your questions. Short story here is a very quiet year, no surprises in this valuation, hopefully nothing significant anyway. As we've talked about, with the risk assessment report, kind of the two main places that you see significant changes in contribution rates and funded ratio is if you have a change in assumptions, or if you have significant swings in the investment markets. If you look at, if we can move to, we have a presentation. I think you can move to slide 2. If you look at the northwest corner of the graph with the green bars, the key one there is the actual value of assets. That's what a lot of the actual measures are based upon. That one hit almost exactly 7%. It's so a very good year and we're going to have very little to talk about because of that. So moving below that, as we kind of see that since we hit our assumption, we see our changes are pretty much in line what we generally project when we do projections, although we always tell you actual results will vary. This time, actual results didn't vary very much. So looking at how this all plays out, if you look at the kind of the bottom 3 blue bar graphs, we see our assets are now at 72.4 billion, or they were, and that's our smooth assets where we smooth investment gains and losses over a 5-year period. They're at 72.4 billion. That compares to our actual accrued liability, the value of benefits expected to be paid in the future of 90.7 billion, excuse me. So dividing the assets divided by the accrued liability comes up with our funded ratio of 79.9%. So assets are about 80% of the accrued liability. That funded ratio was a small improvement upon last year at 79.6%, so a small increase.
Just a quick question there, just for education. What drove the, I know what drove the uptick in valuation of assets, but what drove the liability?
Liabilities expected increase about 5% a year, and it's just time value of money as the payments get closer in the future, value goes up.
That's just
so it's a very typical increase. Craig will talk a little about just a little bit of variation due to salary changes. So that was the first key results, funding ratio. Next one is probably the biggest outcome is the employer contribution rate. You see that in the middle graph with the orange bars there, and this is incredibly stable. Contribution rate, usually we see at least some fluctuation. This year we saw a 4 basis point increase up to 25.88%. And remember, that's kind of an aggregate contribution for all the LACERA plans. And that's the employer contribution rate that would be effective fiscal year beginning in 2024. Just to note there, obviously that's a percentage of payroll. If you wanted to look at that in dollar terms, that's about a little over $2.5 billion. Last one, which Ted already alluded to, is the PEPR member contribution rates. Those are calculated annually. We calculate them as 1/2 of the normal cost rates as the value of the benefits being earned. And as you can see, the general G changed very little. So about a 4 basis point increase to 9.28%. And the safety C increased a little bit more, about 21 basis point increase to 14.97%. And as Ted said, we didn't have any assumption changes this year, so no changes to the member contribution rates for the legacy members. So that's the key results. If there are any questions, I'm going to turn it over to Craig to close this up here.
Okay, thanks, Nick. So if we move to slide 4, please. If we go one more slide, please. Thank you. So as Nick mentioned, the funded ratio increased from 79.6% to 79.9% over the year, that increase of 0.3%. In any given year, there's generally several reasons why the funded ratio changes either up or down, and some sources cause it to increase and some cause it to decrease. This year, there were 2 main reasons for that change in the funded ratio. The first one is shown on the top line of this chart. There was an increase of 0.8% that came from the contributions that employers are making to amortize the unfunded liability. And as you recall, the amortization method is a 20-year layered approach. And so each year the employers are paying to pay down that unfunded liability. Because it's over 20 years, we generally expect about a 1% increase in the funded ratio each year. It will accelerate a bit over time, but as a rough rule of thumb, around that 1%. And so we saw that this year. The other main reason, or the other main factor affecting it, is this red bar shown here. The salary increases larger than assumed, Over the last 3 years, there's been some additional perhaps volatility due to sort of events and population and salaries and inflation. But in this last year, there were salary increases larger than were expected by the assumptions. And so those larger salary increases lead to larger projected benefits and larger liabilities. And so that caused that accrued liability to increase a bit more than expected and caused the funded ratio to decrease by that 0.6%. Small recognitions of asset gains that are deferred in the system. And largely after that, all other sources just canceled each other out. So the net impact was that 0.3% increase in the funded ratio.
We could blame the president of the union for the.
Question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
So I have a question on the salaries. So where were the differences in the assumptions? Because most of the county workforce is on step items, and you would have known what those were. So were there more people hired than you estimated, or?
The active membership increased by about 1% from 22 to 23. There had been some decreases in the prior year, and so I think that the hiring brought some of that back. So the active population did increase. I think there were.
But it increased greater than you estimated.
So there's a couple of components to that. There's the population, which we generally in the valuation assume stays stable from year to year, and so those we assume that people that leave and retire are replaced.
I see.
This year we got that extra 1,000 people, but these salary increases, these generally refer to existing continuing actives that receive salary increases larger than were expected in the assumption. And there are some, there's timing on bargaining agreements that the assumption is, the base assumption is a 3.25% with a merit scale, and that's assumed every year, but there are some variances due to some of the bargaining.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
Good morning. I just had a question, and you may have it in here. I just couldn't find it. I was interested to see the population that are under PEPRA versus the old plan and the impact that possibly will have going forward. Do you have any of that analysis in here? Because that membership is growing on PEPRA, correct?
That is correct, and we don't have anything specifically on that in here. We had we did do some analysis of that for last month's presentation to the Board of Retirement about the impact PEPRA has. In the 2023 valuation, PEPRA members accounted for about 44% of the active membership, and we are projecting that that's going to increase about 3 to 4% each year. And so, yeah, over time, that is going to flow through in the results.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This chart shows similar reasons for change in employer contribution rate to what we just talked about in the funded ratio. As Nick mentioned, the employer contribution rate in aggregate is increasing by 0.04% of pay to 25.88%. So very, very stable. The main story here was again related to salary changes and the payroll growth that we just talked about. The main thing here right in the middle of the chart, the red bar, you see again that the salary increases larger than assumed for continuing members caused the employer contribution rate to increase. Again, the larger benefits and projected benefits and liabilities. On the offsetting side to that, one thing that happens is when we have larger salary increases and payroll grows, because employer contribution rate is defined as a percentage of payroll, when the payroll grows, the percentage of pay required for that dollar contribution tends to fall. So the contribution rate actually decreased by 33 basis points as a result of a higher payroll than was expected due to the hiring and those salary increases. And in addition to that, when we have that higher payroll than expected, that means that we get more contribution dollars than we were expecting. And so then the fund grows a bit faster. So that tends to have a bit of a offsetting impact to the increases as well. So overall, the salary and payroll increases caused about 16 basis point increase, and some changes on the recognition of asset gains and losses and other sources was a 12 basis point decrease. So we got the net 4 basis point increase on the employer contribution rate. If we could move forward to page 10, please, slide 10. I think that's, we could go one more, please. So jump in just to the heart of the matter. As we talked about, we've got two main recommendations for this year related to contribution rates, employer contribution rates, and member rates. We discussed that in the aggregate rate aggregate employer rate increased by 4 basis points to 25.88%. As you'll recall, each of the individual plans, the employer contribution rate is determined separately for each of those plans, and those are shown in detail in slide 15 and in Exhibit 11 of our report. The aggregate employer rate is just a function of all those individual plan rates, and so that is for that increase to 25.88%. On the member rate side, as Mr. Granger mentioned, there are some recommended changes to the PEPR plans. The member contribution rates to PEPR plans are defined to be one half of the aggregate normal cost rate for those plans. And so when the normal cost rate changes, so does the member contribution rate on the PEPR plans. So for general plan G, that's an increase of 4 basis points to 9.28% of pay. And for safety plan C, that's an increase of 21 basis points to 14.97% of pay. And as Mr. Granger also mentioned, on the legacy plans, those that's all the non-PEPR plans. Those member contribution rates generally only change when there are assumption changes, and since there were no assumption changes in this valuation, there are no recommended changes to those rates. And these rates would all be effective for July 1, 2024.
Okay, we have a question, Mr. Santos?
Yes, Mr. Ranger. Yes. So I found the ratio went up. Does the LACERA dollar then goes from 69 cents to 70 cents? You know, talking about the LACERA dollar?
Right.
Would that be true? That the LACERA dollar is now worth 70 cents?
Let me go back and take a look at the calculations. And the reason why I say that is because we calculated that based on about 25 plus years of data in terms of the financial flows. So let me take a look. I don't want to make an assumption, but we'll take a look and get back to you.
So everybody understands the 69 cents comes from return on the investments. The county employees also contribute another 10% or so. So very little money comes from the taxpayer. I think this is very important to understand how we pay our benefits, from where we get the money to pay the benefits. It's mostly this board and the work that the investment staff does in terms of our returns. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I move approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you much.
Thanks very much.
All right. Do we
And
need walk-off music as well?
Thank you to all the departing board members. It's been a pleasure. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Be here.
And we appreciate all your hard work. Okay, moving on. We have the Information Systems Acceptable Use and Mobile Device Policies forwarded by the JOG-C. So do we have any questions?
I have a
about
question on that.
Yes, I'm sure we're going to have questions. Lots of questions. Mr. Kelly.
So thank you. Thank you for drafting the policy. I don't agree with the policy. I'm not going to be supporting it because I think trustees are overweighting convenience. And when I think the overweight should be on member, safeguarding member data in our system. So I'm not supporting the policy, but I had a question on the policy. You appropriately refer to NIST and IST, but NIST, the way I read it, and it was those final rules were just promulgated in September 2023. So it's a fairly recent release from NIST, which is the National Institute of Security Standards under the Commerce Department. But I read the NIST guidelines as requiring the device be enrolled in a mobile device management software. You make it optional for the trustee to say, hey, LACERA, please invoke me. Why is that? I don't think that's right.
Okay.
But why is that?
I'll give you the reason. The reason is because many of the trustees are actually employees at other firms, and they're using their devices to access LACERA devices. And they already have been enrolled in an MDM there. So effectively, if they stop being an employee with the LA County, then they're going to lose access to that, and that device is going to be cleaned out anyway. So, and if they're not, then that data is still going to be cleaned out as far as the MDM goes. So,
but couldn't you make it mandatory and then evaluate the circumstances and determine that the trustees already enrolled in it rather than making it discretionary?
That is something that I did bring up, but not all devices we are able to kind of put them under an MDM. For example, your laptop, if you're going to use your personal laptop, then that's going to be an issue. The way we would handle that differently is by giving you an O365 kind of an access, where we have total control on the cloud side of things. So if you have total control on the cloud side of things, then we don't necessarily need an MDM, but on a mobile device, we will need an MDM. But so long as there's a company carried MDM, I don't see an issue. Usually they will clean it out.
Okay. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I think if you have a BYOD policy, the standards should align with NIST. They shouldn't be less discretionary. But again, I'm going to vote no on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
Well, I am going to be in support of Trustee Kelly in that I've, heard of all the challenges that have gone on in some of our other local agencies, City of Long Beach. And, I feel like this policy, although it helps the trustees, but it puts more work on the staff in order to ensure that the BYOD does have the sufficient software, that they bring it in. And my goodness, I do change my cell phone very often. And so you're now relying that they'll come in with their new device if the trustee gets a new device. I do think that the policy works, but I just think it's unnecessary work on staff's part. Using LACERA's cell phone and laptops are the safest solution, the ones that are issued. So I agree with Trustee Kelly on that. And of course, it's easy for me to say that because as I'm walking out the door, I'm dropping off my laptop and my phone. But I do understand the necessity, and for years, working for other agencies, right, that was also an issue. But it is becoming more and more of a challenge for the IT division. And you guys have enough to worry about as far as keeping the data safe and all the targets that are going on and the ransoms and all that's going on. You have enough to keep you up at night. Now you have to worry about the devices that trustees have that are their own. I just don't feel like it's necessary.
Okay, Mr. Knox?
Thank you. I expressed at the Board of Retirement some reservations that I had. I was made to feel more comfortable based on the comments of the Chief Information Security Officer. Mr. Kehoe presented some good points about just how to manage those conflicts. So I guess I felt a little better about Trustee Jones' perspective in terms of, I just suggested that staff reach out consistently on an annual basis or however often you suggest, just to ensure that they're following the protocols, that we're not just letting people do their own thing for years without understanding what they're doing. So I think it would be challenging to come up with a perfect policy balanced with the flexibility, but I'm willing to have a go with this version. So I'll be supportive, but keeping a close eye on how it transpires.
Okay,
thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Green? You are on mute.
I have a commands. I'm launching satellites into space over here. I've got a bunch of them. Anyway, yeah, as Mr. Knox said, that we addressed this on the BOR, and I agree with what Mr. Knox said. I don't think there's going to be a perfect policy that you can encompass everything. The dilemma is that we have our smartphone and, I can download, this is, an Outlook app and I can link it to my LACERA account. And how do you manage that? I also agree with Ms. Jones that, staff does such a bang up job on all this stuff and burdening them with more. But I supported Chair Kehoe's revisions in trying to pick the best word here. It loosened up everything, and and I believe that his analysis, looking at it from a perspective of addressing these issues, like Ms. Jones said, freeing up staff, having it not so regimented that it has to be that staff is burdened with watchdogging us. It also allows for the autonomy and the flexibility for trustees to have this. Yes, we are in a dangerous environment. We just, we've had some issues, worldwide with information robbing, so to speak. I don't think that we are the huge liability on this, and I supported the BOR vote for this with the red line revisions that Chair Kehoe put in. I think it was solid work and a lot of work on his part in really trying to put something together. And I would like to move to approve it, the red line as submitted to the BOR.
Thank you. Your motion is accepted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Mr. Jones?
Just as a point of clarification from the staff, the delta between the effective delta in terms of security between the amended proposal and the flexibility that it allows for the trustees to kind of maintain their own device versus the dual device strategy. Like, is it this small, and really by taking the liberty or flexibility, we don't greatly alter the security posture of the organization? Or is the delta a little bit larger, really, right? Like, I'm just asking, is it a little bit larger and you all are willing to, because we are trustees, to kind of put up with our demand for flexibility, but it does provide some additional challenges in terms of our security posture? I'm just trying to get a sense of what that
I think
really is.
the point of our policy really is to have a stance, right, where you want to be. The big thing, if you're asking me for delta, the delta really isn't that much when it comes to when every trustee agrees to the fiduciary duty of protecting LACERA. So if you're going to do that at the beginning when you're assuming office, you pretty much have taken on that responsibility. So that's where the gap of the delta is covered, is the way I see it. So given the convenience, I think, this is a good policy too.
Okay. All right, Mr. Santos?
Yeah, I same question as Mr. Jones, and I know I asked you these questions at the Board of Retirement, but before we go there, I mean, I do agree and with Mr. Kelly, Ms. Jones, and I've been very concerned about not having all of us operate with LACERA own devices. But I ask you at the Board of Retirement, I'm going to ask you again, kind of along the lines as Mr. Jones, when you look at this policy, the revisions that Mr. Kehoe made, are you comfortable? Are you concerned? This is the opportunity to raise those issues to us because we're getting ready to vote. So let us know, and I will encourage you, I agree, that this policy should be reviewed regularly, and hopefully, I will humbly suggest within 6 months, because we're going to have new trustees, quite a few of them. And that will give them the opportunity to review this and determine if that's something that they want to do for themselves. But at this point today, you assuring this board that this policy as written, it's satisfactory to you in terms of the security for the organization?
In terms of security, I'm comfortable with the policy as it is. Given, like you just mentioned, right, these within the policy, there's a yearly annual review of the policy that's going to take place. So given its cybersecurity, things change, we'll adopt that policy as and when things change.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryu?
No, go ahead.
Initially, I didn't see anything wrong with any of this, but then this conversation reminded me of the past when I wasn't here, of all the concerns. Quick question. So what's being voted on is the red line. Right. So if we don't accept the red line, will the initial recommendation of policy to use BYOD still be in effect?
No.
So it's all or nothing.
This is it.
Yeah. Well, I hear the other concerns. I mean, the concerns, safety concerns raised by some of the trustees, and I fully agree. However, I mean, I want to do what's best for the LACERA and information protection. If our CIO, if our technology officer feels comfortable with this policy that it's secure enough, I mean, I personally like to use my own device because I just don't want to be lugging around. You know, I know when I first became a trustee, I was offered all sorts of devices, which is great, but I don't want to have to be logging into multiple computers. I mean, currently as is on my own device, because of the high security, I often miss my emails because I'm logged out. And then I log in and I get 100 emails. I'm like, oh my gosh, and I forgot, and I have to periodically keep on checking in. So I feel it's secure enough. I find it very convenient. If the trustees, majority of trustees feel that we need to have additional security, I would abide by it and carry the extra devices. However, as we've seen, and I know we went from paper to electronic because even with the traditional paper, there were could be instances of leaks, right? So, I mean, it's no matter what we do, I think you can't be 100% safe. Mm-hmm. But the red line seems it's a little bit more lax in the original version. I mean, I would, if the red line fails, I would ask for the opportunity for the original version submitted by Trustee Santos to be considered, because I don't mind the restriction. I don't mind any restriction. No.
So, okay.
So
great. Thank you. And then so I will, as chair, have the last comment, or do you have a comment, Mr. Jones?
One more comment without
Okay.
going down a potential rabbit hole.
But we're in the rabbit hole.
Yeah. So you know, in the example, Stephen, Mr. Rice, you know, there's some discovery. I just want to make sure all the trustees also know, and the new trustees know, that if you're using a dual device, your device is discoverable. So part of the inclination, right, is we're making a risk adjustment for convenience, is no one ever imagines a scenario where, hey, we need to see all trustee communications. Oh, we're going to need your device. And so there's an element where just in the consideration. So
yeah, I want to put a comment right in there, Mr. Jones. Actually, the whole point of this is to drive all communication onto Office 365 so that all of your communications are within LACERA.com, even if you're using a dual device, such that human nature being as it is, you don't end up in text conversation saying, can you check your email? We need a vote on blah, 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 blah. And you end up with a whole bunch of text communications. Those become discoverable. So it is keeping people from being humans. And simply using text and other workarounds to get business done. We need all business to happen in your LACERA.com account so that when we get the exhaustive FOIA requests, that we only have to look in one place to gather all of those communications legally. And for those of us who have actually been subject to FOIA requests, we can tell you that you do not want to expose your personal email, your personal texts to that. You want to have an easy way. And if you are not one of those who has to be on call 24/7, then it's not as much of an issue. You can check your emails as and when you have time. But when you are the chair, the vice chair, the chair of the audit committee, you are being demanded every single day to be attentive.
Can I make a quick comment on that?
Yeah.
And also, Trustee Jones, discoverable actually, and I haven't been keeping track on the current law, but if you happen to use your personal email or personal text, that becomes discoverable. So just because the LACERA email is on your computer doesn't make your entire computer. No. So even if we have a separate device for LACERA, and we somehow, for whatever reason, get correspondence on our private email, that's all discoverable. So the device, whether it's in your device or not, is irrelevant to the discoverability.
But the point is to keep people from having to use their texts to make all of that discoverable. So anyway, so it is not just a matter of convenience. It's also a matter of the, kind of what we as a public agency face in terms of what we expose ourselves to. Okay, last comment?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure and reassure the trustees as well as our members that the way we have it structured, my understanding, and it's really at a very high level, no trustee has access to any of our systems.
Right.
And really what we're talking about is the email transactions that are going back and forth. And to the extent that you have an employee number that you transmit to us to look into or so on and so forth, that's really the extent of the information that we're receiving from you all. So
you have retiree on Board of Retirement. You have retiree. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. On Board of Retirement, you have retiree disability cases.
Yep, we have those, but those. What I was going to say is that you don't have access to those, to the systems that we have in order to generate those, and you do have access to those different platforms, but we have the security at that platform level or the cloud level that provides the protection. And there's multiple layers of protection that Chet is responsible to make sure that they're working appropriately, they're patched appropriately, and so it's a real coordinated dance. So, but I just wanted to assure you that it is a very secure system. Things can happen, and we do appreciate the fact that we're talking about reviewing this particular policy on an annual basis to see if there's something that is on the horizon that may jeopardize personal information. Who knows what's going to happen with artificial intelligence, for example. And I saw a really scary demonstration. I think I told the Board of Retirement where this gentleman came up and typed in find a vulnerability for this particular platform, and within 5 minutes, and find a solution to expose it. And within, I think it was 2 or 3 minutes, the script was written immediately. Yeah. And so those are the types of things that we're consistently monitoring, making sure that everything is as secure as possible. But we will make sure that we evaluate this particular policy on an ongoing basis.
Which is also why cybersecurity and the pen test audit are an important part of the audit committee.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Rice, I saw you moved to the.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sanchez and trustees. I wouldn't want the trustees leaving this meeting downplaying the risk to their personal devices and accounts if they choose to use personal devices and accounts.
Of course.
Even if the LACERA work is being done in the LACERA Office 365 environment, there are still cases that are not marginal where your devices and your accounts would be subject to discovery in litigation, or would be this is probably more of a marginal case in the Public Records Act situation, where we would need your personal devices to make sure that all of the information that's being requested is being produced. So there remains risk to any trustee who uses a personal device.
Right. And this is optional. Trustees have the option to simply accept a second device.
Madam Chair, one final comment.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Rice is correct. I think it was the city of Long Beach where there was litigation a constituent had come forth at the public meeting and said that the supervisors were texting back and forth. The supervisors, there was a public records discovery process, and supervisors said, no, we didn't. And that constituent showed via the meeting camera that sure enough, Joe Kelly picks up his phone, texts, and then David picks up his phone immediately after. And then those personal text messages, quote unquote personal text messages, became discoverable, and they end up with eggs on their faces. Our members deserve the best, and I don't think, I appreciate your work, but I don't think this is the best in terms of security standards. Our members are elderly, are retirees generally, and I think we have an obligation to this 35-year-old sheriff custody assistant who we saw this afternoon to take the most conservative route possible when it comes to cybersecurity. Because we know that even the most conservative route, we're still behind the fraudsters out there, right? So I don't think it's best in terms of the membership. I completely agree with Mr. Wright. The risk is absolutely there from the perspective of discovery on personal devices.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we take the vote?
Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Nay.
Mrs. Jones?
Nay.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with 3 noes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that robust discussion. So item F will be tabled until after the executive session. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And so we are at the point at which a 51-year-old bladder can take. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and resume at 10:37. Thank you.
Is the button already working for the slide?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and have the trustees make their way back to the horseshoe. Giddy up.
Do it.
Thanks, guys. And we're done.
Back to
Okay, so moving on to, oh, here comes our last trustee making her way into the room. Moving on to one of my favorite reports of I think we do this annually. We will have our annual update and review of LACERA's Towards Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity report, our LACERA T.I.D.E report. Mr. Grable, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you mentioned, this is our 3rd annual T.I.D.E or Towards Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity report. And while it is our 3rd report, the origins of the various components that make up T.I.D.E go back decades. So T.I.D.E isn't 3 years old, T.I.D.E is in effect decades old. As you mentioned, Madam Chair, that or implied, T.I.D.E is an important program for the Board of Investments. It is also, from a staff perspective, an all-team effort for the investment division. And if we had a bigger bench here, we'd have 30 plus presenters as opposed to 4 and 5 or 6. But that would be even more logistically challenging than Scott and I switching places at the podium. So with that, I will hand it off to Scott to frame the discussion that is about to unfold.
Great.
Mr. Grable, through the chair, if I may.
Mhm.
Mr. Grable, I agree with you that this is an important program, but could you tell this board the business reasons why this program is very important for LACERA and investment?
And if we could turn to slide 3, and I believe that this is part of Scott's notes, is that T.I.D.E is rooted, in effect, in our investment policy statement, which is the most important policy that the board has. And as the investment policy statement says, and I'll read from the top because it's important to, I don't normally read things verbatim, but I will, that LACERA believes organizations comprised of diverse backgrounds and managed in an inclusive and equitable manner perform better. It could be period, full stop, but I'll continue that we are compelled by fiduciary duty And this is, articulated as an integral component of LACERA's investment philosophy and in our strategy as enshrined in the investment policy statement. So we get better outcomes. We can enhance returns and or mitigate risks. And by focusing on the quality of all the inputs that go into making the portfolio. So this is part of our fiduciary duty.
Thank
you. Thank you.
And with that, I'll hand off to Scott to probably enhance what I just said.
Great. Good morning again, Madam Chair and trustees. We're pleased to present Report 10A, which is intended to provide trustees with updates on the T.I.D.E initiative to really advance DEI in LACERA's investment program, as well as the broader financial services industry. It includes recent progress against our stated objectives, try to offer some observations on work to date, as well as anticipated next steps. We did want to include some important framing comments here on slide 3 that really does start with, we'll double down on first and foremost, our work with T.I.D.E is guided by the board's adopted language in the investment policy statement that integrates the investment program's approach to DEI as a fundamental and integral component of our investment philosophy and strategy to protect and enhance returns. That language is rooted and compelled by fiduciary duty, in our view, to watch for areas where we can safeguard our capital by, for example, diligencing asset managers on any known history of harassment that can undermine employee engagement, could also present reputational risks and other litigation risks, but also where we can benefit from constructive and inclusive equitable practices, both internally as well as with our external managers, teams that are more managed in a more equitable and inclusive manner. We continue to see empirical evidence that they outperform. McKinsey this morning updated their series of research and reports that underscored not only outperformance among diverse teams, but increasingly outperformance between top quartiles and bottom quartile. And lastly, of course, we want to influence the industry to hopefully expand attractive investment opportunities for ourselves with more firms having better practice going forward. Second, we want to highlight that LACERA's policy defines diversity very broadly, as outlined here. So while not all DEI attributes are readily disclosed or perhaps readily measured, we try to take an all-encompassing approach, including, for example, diligencing our asset managers on qualitative items, like looking at their equal employment opportunity protections and seeing how broadly those apply, not just in the US, but in markets where it may be legal to discriminate. So that those qualitative factors are important, as well as quantitative insights, such as looking at any history of legal or regulatory actions. We note, as John mentioned, that LACERA has had a long focus on DEI as part of our proxy voting, diligence practice, and so forth. But a number of years ago, we consolidated all of those efforts underneath the LACERA T.I.D.E program in order to lend more intentionality and provide a more holistic total fund approach and enable a review like this to look at kind of high-level trend lines. Lastly, we'll say that T.I.D.E is iterative. We're continuously seeking ways for improvement. And as John mentioned, it's a total team effort, not just with the investment division, but obviously working with our colleagues in the executive office and the legal office on a number of aspects to not just execute the program, but really be thinking about ways that we can improve and expand going forward. We can turn to slide 4, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, may I ask a question on slide 3?
Yes.
There's a footnote in the second paragraph 1, but I didn't see the footnote on the bottom.
On slide 3?
Yeah.
Slide 3, the footnote is the page reference in the IPS from where the language addressing DI as part of the strategy exists. Yes.
Got it. It's on the right. Okay.
Great. It might be a monitor issue there.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So on to slide 4. To we can state that the LACERA T.I.D.E is composed of 5 pillars to help organize our activity. These pillars are organized from left to right in terms of our extent to exert influence more directly. So obviously starting with our internal practices, where we're trying to cultivate inclusive and equitable team culture within the investment division, due diligence on assessing our investment partners on their own practices, active ownership, where we use our legal rights, such as proxy voting, to encourage portfolio companies to adopt effective practices, as well as policies. Capital formation, where we seek to facilitate capital formation across the industry to improve our investable universe of firms with positive practices and choice, as well as industry advocacy, where we think we can work with peers and industry associations to which we're affiliated to identify promising practices and disseminate those across the industry, again, to hopefully advance the industry and improve opportunities for our own investment outcomes going forward. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelvin Chang, who will do a deeper dive into recent activity and progress for the internal pillars pillar.
So as we dive into the internal pillar, let me briefly outline the structure of this presentation. Each of the 5 pillars is introduced with a summary slide covering the stated objectives, accomplishments over the last year, and next steps. For our internal practices pillar, we seek to cultivate inclusive, diverse, and equitable workplace through internships, recruitment channels, and enhancing workplace culture. And I'll touch upon these on the subsequent slides. So our primary objective for the internship program is to increase the regularity and expand the reach of opportunities within the investments division. In 2023, we achieved a significant milestone by hosting 4 interns, building on the prior peak of 3 in a single year. To broaden our impact and expand our representation to new local and out-of-state schools, increasing both diversity and connections with a wider pool of talent. Recognizing the dynamic nature of our industry, we expanded internship projects into additional asset categories, providing our interns with a broader spectrum of investment opportunities. Here, moving to our second objective of expanding recruitment channels. We've been working diligently, collaborating closely with our human resources division to reach a wide audience with career opportunities. Our goal here is to cultivate an investment team that reflects diversity of perspectives and experiences. We develop a robust list of contacts, recruitment contacts, that serves as a foundational resource, dynamically expanded upon during each investments job search. Through affinity groups, we actively connect with communities of professionals who share a common purpose, tapping into diverse networks that foster inclusivity within our recruitment efforts. Our professional networks play a crucial role, enabling a wide sharing of active opportunities within LACERA's networks. We're committed to maintain this momentum in our inclusive recruitment efforts. And the next steps include continued support for recruitment channels to promote investment division career opportunities. Furthermore, our third objective, enhancing workplace culture, aligns with LACERA's strategic objective of transitioning from allocator to a best-in-class investor. We aim not only to expand leadership skills among our staff, but also foster inclusivity throughout the entire organization. We integrated cross-functional team projects into 75% of investment meetings in 2023, embracing diversity of thought and collaboration. Our internal investment committees are designed to promote subject matter and functional expertise, robust analysis, and an open dialogue, ensuring that diverse perspectives are considered in every decision. To foster leadership, development, and career progression, staff is providing exposure to new leadership opportunities through various initiatives. The bottom right corner of the slide exemplifies our talent development track record. Now Dell will cover the due diligence and active ownership pillars.
Thank you, Calvin. Good morning, Chair and Trustees. By way of background to the due diligence pillar, for the past 6 years, as part of our formal due diligence process, LACERA has been evaluating prospective and current asset managers on the strengths and weaknesses of their DEI practices. As part of consolidating our DEI work under the T.I.D.E pillar 4 years ago, LACERA added specific objectives to our due diligence work, such as aiming for all investment partners to have clear equal employment opportunity policies and providing regular DEI reporting, such as those topics identified on the top of slide 10. The following slides provide an overview of LACERA's DEI due diligence process and progress towards Pillar's objectives over the past 4 years. As a refresher, slide 11 presents a multi-part diligence we conduct on all our asset managers. LACERA conducts comprehensive both upfront DEI due diligence and ongoing monitoring of each investment partner. LACERA's 5-part assessment is laid out here and includes evaluating the equal employment opportunity and anti-harassment policies, board oversight of practices in progress, track record of inclusion, practices to reinforce equity inclusion, and their integration of DEI practices in the management of portfolio companies. The evaluation includes discussion with prospective investment partners to clarify and understand these DEI practices and commitments. Notably, it intentionally includes both qualitative and quantitative factors, such as looking at the number of any DEI-related legal actions, but also understanding if a firm has identified areas for improvement and actions to address those. The results of the evaluation are presented to the internal investment committees as part of its assessment of the manager's strength and whether to invest in the firm. If LACERA proceeds with an investment, we continue to assess each manager through periodic discussions and annual DEI diligence questionnaires, which provide data from which the following slides are constructed. Slide 12 illustrates our progress against our stated goal over time to have all investment partners have clear DEI policies. On the top left chart, you see a clear step upward from 66% of managers with EEO policies 3 years ago to 93% of partner firms reporting EEO policies this year. Firms with anti-harassment provisions presented in the top right chart went from 76 3 years ago to 98%. Both are clear steps forward, driven both by firms adopting policies and simply more accurate reporting from firms, and we indicate that we're closer to our objective of 100%. We note that most of the remaining firms without such policies are generally outside the US or small or legacy relationships where LACERA is not committed to recent funds. We continue to encourage the remaining firms to adopt robust policies as a basic component of articulating expectations and providing guidance to make workplaces free of discrimination and harassment. Slide 13 reviews our progress on getting transparency from investment partners. The chart on the upper left illustrates the percentage of managers that report demographic info on their investment teams and leadership teams went from just over half in 2020 to almost 100% this year. This increased reporting is supported by diligent work from our legal office, which has successfully negotiated clauses or side letters in almost all investment contracts in recent years that require investment managers to provide DEI information. This is a crucial step that has been constructive in setting expectations for ongoing reporting, as well as prompting more managers to develop the ability to track and report information, including among private market managers we had previously seen less reporting. We invite all firms to report demographics as available and find most US managers can provide gender and race data, as many already track and report this information to the EEOC. We've seen an uptick in the number of firms enabling employees to voluntarily self-report additional attributes, which may expand the spectrum of the available DEI demographics going forward. While we've implemented new software to track DEI due diligence, we have experienced that some firms do not provide consistent year-over-year info. However, we find that asking consistent questions every year, firms are becoming more attentive and developing more reliable tracking and reporting systems. Slide 14 captures year-over-year progress for the percentage of firms that have governance practices to encourage adherence to their DEI commitments. The chart to the far left reflects increased proportion of firms where boards or top executive committees are now overseeing DEI as a fundamental component of strategic firm oversight. The middle charts indicate the prevalence of practices that reinforce equity and inclusion, such as pay disparity assessments and clawback provisions, or the recoupment of previously paid compensation for misconduct or harassment. And the far right chart displays an increasing focus among managers on considering DEI in their portfolio management process, such as private equity firms focusing on board diversity and developing HR portfolio policies at their portfolio companies. Slide 13 provides some snapshots to illustrate concrete actions and progress among LACERA's managers across the portfolio. Slide 16, as the board is aware, LACERA monitors all managers on a scorecard comprised of 5 pillars. In recent years, our 5-part DEI diligence has helped inform LACERA's rating of each firm's organizational strength, and we've been working to separate DEI as its own unique score. Starting in 2024, we intend to do so and report DEI separately in the quarterly performance reports that the board receives, such as the one in your packet today. The score will reflect the same multi-part diligence of both quantitative and qualitative factors, including DEI policies, practices, and progress, and be summarized to indicate leading and trailing firms relative to our diligence framework in a consistent manner across all managers. Slide 17 addresses the third pillar of the T.I.D.E initiative, which is centered on strategies to exercise active ownership and encouraging portfolio companies to adopt strong DEI practices. The stated objectives of this pillar, as noted on the top of the slide, focus on promoting DEI at portfolio companies through proxy voting, corporate engagements focused on board quality, and working with our private markets partners to assess their engagement on DEI in portfolio companies. Slide 18 highlights that LACERA has been voting in favor of proxy proposals that encourage sound DEI practices, as previously reviewed in greater detail at last October's Corporate Governance Committee meeting. And LACERA's corporate governance and stewardship principles guide all of our proxy voting and encourage portfolio company boards to cast a wide net for director talent and effective human capital management practices. In the left column, you see we support reasonable proposals that aim to enhance board quality by encouraging inclusive director recruitment practices. We also hold incumbent directors accountable when disclosures show a weak track record of inclusion. LACERA voted over 7,500 meetings last year and opposed 9% of director nominees across all markets where firms disclosed little or no inclusion based on available disclosures. We note here some statistics indicating strides are being made in board diversity in light of increased investor scrutiny, such as proxy voting, as well as recognized best practices, but there are still areas for improvement. The right side shows we are supporting proposals that ask companies to conduct pay parity analysis and other practices to promote equitable workplaces and business practices, as well as mitigate litigation and reputational risks. We too highlight that some market developments, such as more companies disclosing practices focused on equity and inclusion. Slide 19 summarizes LACERA's progress engagement initiative with 3 other California peer funds to discuss board quality at portfolio companies with little or no disclosed diversity. We request dialogue to encourage them to conduct robust board self-evaluations to identify the requisite skills needed on the board, and then use a skills gap exercise to cast a wide net for director talent inclusive of diverse backgrounds. As reported at the October Corporate Governance Committee, we are now up to 368 diverse directors having been appointed at 219 of the 291 companies that we have engaged over the past 5 years. Our collaboration continues this year with the 52 additional firms identified for lack of credible track record of inclusion on their board. And we'll now pass it to Cheryl for her presentation.
Good question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So we talked about the policies in place, but policies are one thing, but then there's training on the policy, and then there's actual review of litigation or claims. Do we ensure that the firms train their staff on these policies, and then is there any way we get information or evaluate information on claims?
So we ask all of the above, Mr. Kelly. It includes asking what initiatives firms, asset managers have in place to encourage adherence to their policy commitments. That can include some of the practices that Dale referenced on, is there a clawback in case there's misconduct or somebody engages in harassment. It can include proactively looking at pay parity practices. Often firms will report training. It's very common. Obviously, the quality of that training might vary in how widespread. We try to flip the question at times, like, what do you think you could do better? And in recent years, we've seen more firms maybe centralize, elevate DEI, but if they're large multinational firms, they're now finding that they also want to devolve some of the ownership into different business units and markets and create champions and different affinity groups to best promote practices and adherence with that policy. On the claims, we ask both for any history of legal or regulatory actions, as well as claims and allegations. The latter, I can share with the board, we often get boilerplate language on from time to time, we're subject to certain legal actions. We can all kind of parrot it at this point. And the team has been pushing back when and where we do see that. And to some firms' credit, they can just give us 0 or they give us a number. But when we do get that information, we've been pushing back to say, what can you provide us to describe your track record, such as the volume of claims, the recency of claims, the business unit where claims have emerged, and how what any learnings to further kind of address or reduce.
Because what we're really talking about in some of these firms is changing culture. And that's a real challenge. I was at an event a few weeks ago and sat next to a gentleman, and he didn't ask who I was or what I did, but he was a jerk. And I said to myself, oh my goodness, I'm glad we don't have any money with this firm. So there are jerks out there, significant number of them. And I think a policy is important, but I think some of the things you've spoken to as well are equally as important, because it's those things that will begin to change culture over time. So thank you.
Sure. And inevitably, the policy is the starting point, and then it's a combination of qualitative and quantitative factors to try to gain insight.
Yeah. In the world of impact, we call that an input versus an output versus an outcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Cheryl?
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and trustees. Under active ownership, we're also focused on finding ways to enhance board diversity and DEI practices in our private market investments. As the bar charts at the bottom of the slide show, empirical evidence suggests that companies with diverse boards generally outperform those that don't. Despite these statistics, there is a noted lack of diversity in private equity portfolio company boards throughout the industry. This year, we launched a project to better understand the strategies that our private equity managers use to recruit the boards of their portfolio companies and how they're ensuring that they're casting a wide net for talent and gathering diverse perspectives around the boardroom. We had in-depth discussions with 9 PE firms in our portfolio, and I'll briefly go through some highlights from those discussions. First, we would note that the use of independent directors outside of the private equity firm is a relatively recent shift in the industry, with many firms saying that this is something that they've focused on in the last 5 to 7 years. All firms that we talked to have started tracking board diversity statistics of their portfolio companies, but again, this is a relatively new focus within the past 2 to 3 years. All of them emphasize that diversity of perspectives is a key consideration in ensuring high board quality, and all look for independent directors that can bring specific skills or experience to the board that may otherwise be lacking on the deal team. And while some firms set formal value creation plans to guide the director search, most firms still rely on informal processes. As next steps, we intend to expand this project within private markets, and we'll be incorporating questions in our standard private markets DDQ on portfolio company board composition, as well as requesting board and workforce DEI data from our general partners when they are available. Next, I'll pass it back to Ron for capital formation.
Thank you, Cheryl. Can I ask a question?
Yep.
So, private equity. So we usually take a seat on the investment committee. So in terms of that engagement or those discussions that you just reported, is that done at the beginning when we doing the due diligence of the manager, or does that come up as well in the investment committee meetings?
I would say it's both. At the due diligence phase, we definitely bring it up. That is a question that we ask regarding, portfolio company boards and, whether they track the information, and to the extent that they have it, we ask for that information about the workforce data and the portfolio company board data. And in terms of monitoring the investment, that is something that we are going to actively tracking with our DDQ which is going to be completed both at the diligence stage, and we also do annual updates to that DDQ as well.
So is that ongoing dialogue with?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Trustees. For the next few slides, we'll cover the capital formation pillar, which aims to facilitate capital formation among firms with diverse ownership. As a reminder, LACERA takes a holistic approach focusing on all firms, which include but is not limited to emerging managers. Stated objectives for the pillar include inviting all of our asset managers to voluntarily provide any DEI attributes of their firm owners to the extent available, to enable us to monitor and assess the reach of our assets being managed by firms with diverse ownership, widening our sourcing opportunities by looking at investment team demographics, as new firms are often spun out of established firms, and ensuring robust opportunities for emerging managers to manage our capital across the total fund. By pursuing these objectives, we have aimed to enhance the investment opportunities available to LACERA and strengthen our position to meet our investment objectives. Transitioning onto firm ownership. Here we look at how much of LACERA's assets are being managed by firms that report diverse ownership. As part of our due diligence and monitoring, we ask all firms to voluntarily provide information about the demographics of their owners where available. Based on the reported information, we've broken down the reported data into quartiles to identify the range of firm ownership. For reference throughout this section, diverse ownership is defined as US-based firms that report a portion of equity ownership by women and/or people of color using EEO-1 classification. While we invite reporting on a range of DEI attributes, we note that not many firms reported additional DEI information. Internationally domiciled firms and other US firms, which include publicly traded firms, are excluded from the analysis for comparability. For example, in the first table, the light blue blocks in the upper right represent firms in the US that have reported that women or people of color have an equity stake of 1 to 25% of the firm. These firms manage 12% of LACERA's assets. If we add up all the quartiles, we can see that 17.5% of LACERA's assets are managed by firms owned in part or in whole by women or people of color. We note this indicates that LACERA is working with a much wider range of managers who report some diversity in their ownership ranks than looking at emerging managers with diverse ownership alone. For reference, 1.9% of the fund AUM is managed by firms with diverse ownership in our emerging manager programs. The table at the bottom breaks down the information further to exclude assets in passive index funds that tend to be managed by large public companies, where by their nature, ownership is very dispersed. Here we focus on assets in actively managed mandates, which represent mandates where firms are competing on portfolio construction as opposed to replicating a defined index. As flagged in the first bullet on the bottom, 26.7% of LACERA's assets that are in actively managed mandates, or over 1 out of every $4, is being managed by a firm owned in part by women or people of color. Note that this slide shows increases in AUM managed by firms with diverse ownership since 2021 in the bullets, which is largely a result of more data and reporting after LACERA started systematically and deliberately inviting firms to report their firm ownership demographics. Continuing up.
Before we move on to that, can we go back to that
Sure.
last slide? So I know that we have certainly done quite a bit on the emerging manager program to move these statistics, but I think to really move these statistics, we also have to lean on our large established managers. And I'm curious, we don't really kind of comment about it here, with the exception of the evolution of sort of getting managers to report where they might not have reported before. Are we seeing any evidence of evolution among the large established managers to promote or provide economics to sort of, functional team members who are diverse, that can move these numbers more dramatically and more quickly?
So as part of our ongoing due diligence, we do send out that annual questionnaire, but we do have quarterly calls with our investment managers, and DEI is a key topic. So quarterly, we are keeping on top of any improvement or enhancement, whether it's recruitment or additional policies like clawbacks or conducting studies of gender disparity. So that is ongoing.
Absolutely. And I think that as we have those conversations, just remember that there's an entire generation of underpromoted women and people of color who actually sit at or near leadership in many of these companies, who, with support from investors like LACERA, probably should have ownership or economics. So I do think that we need to make sure that we are taking that barbelled approach and, talking to large established managers about who within their firm probably deserves to be promoted in order to meet our objectives and keep our partnership functional and working within the degree to which we want it to work.
Madam Chair, I'll make
Yeah.
two comments on that. First, on slide 23, I think part of the spirit of the question is exactly why we are inviting all firms to provide any information that they want to provide, voluntarily self-identified, including less than majority owned. And we are beginning, it's been a few years, we're getting more information, but we are starting to see in that quartile 1 to 25%, there are some women who've been named in the last year among our consultants, among investment managers. There might be some people of color, and we can, going forward, we will be better positioned with the data to track that.
Super.
The second part of the comment, and Ron will get there, but it's part of why we talk about slide 25, what the demographics and the investment and the leadership teams are, because we find that that's often where new firms are spun out of.
Right.
So it's an intentional part of a holistic approach to try to better discern those trend lines going forward.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So on this slide, we analyze fees paid by firm ownership. Comparable to the results provided in the prior slide, we saw meaningful increases in the year of fees paid to US-based firms with reported ownership by women or people of color. So whereas US firms with diverse ownership manage about 17.5% of fund assets, we see here that these firms represent 28.7% of total fees paid, as seen in the table on the top half of the page. Fees paid to actively manage mandate for US-based firms with diverse ownership for the fund reflect largely the same numbers, as our fees to firms managing passive mandates tend to be very low. Now let's turn to trend analysis. Here we compare year-over-year changes for the last 4 fiscal years since implementation of our LACERA T.I.D.E initiative. As of fiscal year end, AUM managed by diverse firms totaled $12.9 billion, a meaningful increase from the prior year. This improvement resulted in a sizable rise in the 1 to 25% diverse ownership category, largely driven by LACERA's intentional effort to invite investment partners to report demographic ownership information. When we normalize the year-over-year data to isolate the improvement in reporting, assets managed by diverse firms across the different ownership quartiles stayed relatively the same versus prior year. Results were similar for fees paid to diverse firms as seen in the chart below. In absolute terms, fees paid to diverse firms increased to $202.9 million. However, once we normalize the fee data for improvement in data collection, as we did for the AUM data, fees paid to US investment firms with diverse ownership were also relatively unchanged. Moving on to team demographic attributes. This slide looks at the reported demographic profiles of US-based firms broken down by quartiles. As a reminder, these charts capture the percentage of a firm's investment and leadership teams that are comprised of women and or people of color. The chart on the top left half of the page shows the breakdown by percentage of our managers using each firm's reported percentage of their combined investment and leadership teams that are women and or people of color. For example, 17.5% of our US-based investment partners have investment and leadership teams comprised of 50% or more women and or people of color. The chart on the bottom right shows the same information above, broken down by percentage of LACERA assets managed. 25.7% of LACERA's assets are managed by teams with a majority of women and or people of color, showing that by looking at assets, LACERA has more assets with firms with a majority of women or people of color compared to looking at breakdown by percentage of firms discussed above. The team demographics across the 4 quartiles remain stable in comparison to prior year. Slide 26 takes a focused look at our emerging manager programs and shows in the chart on the top half of the slide a steady increase in the amount of assets we have being managed by emerging managers across the total fund, with approximately 1.6 billion in AUM as of June 30th, 2023. Looking at the chart at the bottom, we have also increased the opportunity set to emerging managers with a target allocation of up to 4.7 billion as of fiscal year end. This is a threefold increase over the last 3 years, driven by both LACERA's increasing allocation ranges and new manager programs such as real assets this past year. Slide 27 summarizes a new analysis we conducted this year of all LACERA's public equity investment partners to assess opportunities and constraints of how they access and use diverse owned brokerage services. The study consisted of 12 investment managers that manage public equity assets. Key takeaways from the study are summarized on the chart. 10 of 12 partners utilize brokers with diverse ownership. The use of brokerage services varied by mandate, strategy, and region, depending in part on what brokerage services were available and active in the specific investment strategy. All the surveyed investment partners have established programs to assess brokerage services as part of regulatory requirements to deliver best execution trading for their clients. Lastly, 4 of the 12 partners have programs dedicated to seek and engage with diverse brokers. As for next steps, we expect to expand the assessment to include all asset classes and evaluate considerations for future presentations and discussion with the board. With that, I will now hand over the presentation back to Cheryl to cover the industry advocacy pillar.
Thanks, Ron. In addition to monitoring and assessing our existing and potential investment partners' DEI progress and practices, LACERA is also committed to leveraging our influence as a significant investor to move the investment industry forward on DEI issues. Within the framework of our industry advocacy pillar, we aspire to become a recognized leader in advocating for DEI in the industry. Since T.I.D.E.'s inception, we have pursued this goal through a variety of avenues, including through active engagement and initiatives, collaborating with our peers and industry groups, and sponsoring DEI events. We plan to continue with broader advocacy efforts, increase the reach of our events, and continue to support effective DEI disclosures and practices in both US and non-US markets through various channels. We believe that these advocacy efforts are essential to improving the range of investable opportunities for LACERA and ultimately leading to better investment outcomes for our members. While we have had a productive year, we thought it would be helpful to review some of our accomplishments under this pillar since the inception of T.I.D.E., starting with the next slide. Since T.I.D.E.'s inception, LACERA trustees and staff have participated in more than 75 events, totaling in over 115 individual engagements in various capacities. LACERA's engagements at these events span different industry groups across different asset classes, covers a variety of topics, and with different audiences. This kind of engagement helps to firmly communicate LACERA's sustained commitment to advancing DEI progress in all aspects. As an example, LACERA representatives, both trustees and staff, have been featured speakers and panelists this year at the Association of Asian American Investment Managers Elevate Conference, the Girls Who Invest Orientation for their Summer Intensive Program, the Hispanic Heritage Foundation's Investor Forum, and the Investment Diversity Advisory Council's Global Summit. Moving on to slide 30.
Mr. Kelly, do you have your question now or do you want to wait?
I have a question now. So a comment actually. So
Yes.
I'm the only openly gay person on this board. Mr. Bernstein is openly gay on the Board of Retirement. We're both leaving, so I don't think, unless someone self-identifies as gay or lesbian, I don't think there'll be any gay or lesbian representation on either board. So I wanted to let you know I'm still a member of LACERA, and I'm going to be watching these T.I.D.E reports to ensure that you don't give these managers a free pass on LGBT issues, because there's a lot that they can do, and Scott knows this. McKinsey is really taking the lead in terms of publishing some best practices on efforts. But this is a really tremendous list when you look at it. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to say that because it's really material. You know, we are LACERA, and when we go out, and I know Ms. Sanchez has played a key role here as board chair in some of these events, and I thank her for that. It matters. What we do matters, and I'm very proud of this list. So thank you very much. But I'm not giving you a pass on LGBT.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
I too wanted to echo how impressive this list is. Not even so much as just participating in the events, but actually being featured speakers at some of the events, which really gives an opportunity to take the information that you have gathered here and share it with a broader range of people. I clearly remember when many of us were at the Wharton School of Business training, and the topic of ESG came up. Very heated topic in the class. Extreme opposite views across the board. And of course, you know, it was an opportunity for us to share what some of the things that LACERA does. But there was still, you know, this whole thing of whether ESG has any impact on investment returns. I mean, and it was, I think either extreme is probably spoken from ignorance, right? It's not everything in investment returns, but it certainly can't say that it has no impact on investment returns. But with that, having this dialogue and this conversation on a more global level, it's great what we do here. And it's great for our, you know, LACERA membership because they get to benefit from this diversity. But also to have the opportunity at some of these functions like the IDAC, you know, and being a featured speaker there is really impressive. And I just want to echo that, you know, this is something that gives LACERA a voice outside of just the four, you know, the walls here, right? It branches out into more globally into what we're doing, not saying that we do it perfectly, obviously, but giving a different lens for people to look at this topic so that they're not always just so narrow, but can see how this could work if it's implemented in a balanced way, which is what I think LACERA has really aimed to do, is to implement it with balance. So I appreciate the work that you do. So with all the things that you're doing just to monitor our investments and manage our, you know, things that we're doing within here, but you're actually taking time out to go to the conferences, to attend and to be speakers at those events. And I think that that should be acknowledged. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. So one of the objectives under the industry advocacy pillar is to collaborate with our peers to identify and share effective DEI practices, and in particular, enhancing DEI and human capital disclosures. We've made some significant strides in pursuit of this goal. For example, Scott Drazel has chaired the board for the Council of Institutional Investors, and LACERA has supported CII's efforts in its DEI educational programming, recruitment of diverse speakers, and advocacy for DEI reporting at both regulatory and standard-setting agencies. LACERA is an active member on OPEB's DEI committee, and we collaborated with them on their DEI metrics template and the due diligence questionnaires, which are intended to standardize key areas of diligence around DEI within the private equity industry. We provided feedback to the IFRS ESG corporate reporting guidance that was launched in June of this year. And LACERA is a committee member of PRI and provided input on their DEI DDQ this year as well. We also continue to focus on fostering more dialogue with emerging managers by actively participating in conversations hosted by various industry organizations, such as the New America Alliance and the New National Association of Securities Professionals. Next slide, please.
We have a comment from Mr. Green.
Madam Chair, I can wait till the
Okay.
presentation concludes.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. So in addition to outreach, LACERA also utilizes other avenues in our efforts to identify and disseminate best practices. This year, LACERA submitted comment letters to the SEC to encourage adoption of regulations that would enhance the transparency of information provided by investment managers on human capital metrics in both public and private markets. In April, this board approved LACERA becoming a signatory to the CFA Institute's DEI code, signaling LACERA's commitment to the code's 6 principles to drive DEI progress in the areas of talent pipeline, retention, promotion, leadership, influence, and measurement. These principles align with our objective under T.I.D.E.'s internal practices and industry advocacy pillars. LACERA has also supported CII in its advocacy efforts, including advocating for a NASDAQ listing requirement for companies to include diverse individuals on their boards, as well as legislative proposals for board diversity disclosures. On slide 32, we wanted to provide some background on the evolution of LACERA's partnership with the CFA Society of Los Angeles. What initially began as an idea to foster increased engagement with other Southern California investors and asset managers has grown involved throughout these past few years. When the partnership first began, we started with small investor virtual roundtables that were attended by asset managers and allocators within our area. These roundtables provided a platform for candid discussions, enabling participants to share their DEI perspectives, progress, challenges, and successes in a small setting. LACERA has led and moderated 9 roundtables with CFA LA, with topics ranging from DEI policies, recruitment practices, employee retention and promotion, and measurement of progress. And we've expanded these roundtables into 2 virtual conferences featuring fireside chat speakers with senior leaders in Southern California asset managers and owners, as well as guest speakers to provide insight on topical subjects such as the recent Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action. Each of these virtual conferences drew participation from well over 100 attendees. This partnership, along with a series of roundtables and virtual conferences, have fostered a community within our local region where market participants can exchange best practices, discuss challenges, and learn from each other. And we plan to continue to build on this momentum and look forward to broadening the subjects and the reach of these events in the years ahead. Next, I'll pass it back to Scott for some concluding observations.
Great, thanks. So I recognize that we've covered a lot of material and information here. We did think as a team that it was worthwhile offering our collective thoughts, some observations of where we're at. So I'll just touch on this briefly. First is that, simply we're seeing increased and heightened focus on DEI across our investment partners in the industry. I think Cheryl speaking to the collaboration between LACERA and CFA LA illustrate that did not exist 4 years ago, but now has about 20 different institutional investors gathering on a periodic basis to share information. Similarly, in diligencing both upfront and ongoing monitoring of every mandate, we see that DEI is more recognized as an integral component of investment due diligence, really thinking about organizational strength. More firms are adopting policies, are providing reporting, and that's happening really across asset classes, both public markets and private markets, small firms, large firms. We sometimes heard years ago, well, small firms are not as equipped or resourced. We're seeing cooperation and focus really across firm size, as well as different markets. Despite some difficulties in some market contexts or regulatory contexts, as well as some asymmetric points of advancement. The second point, and this really comes directly from the team, is that engagement, LACERA's engagement, is a pivotal piece of getting better information. The managers are anticipating, both because we do upfront diligence and the legal team helps get side letters. Managers understand that this is a routine process, and that engagement helps cultivate candor. Not just what they're doing, but maybe what they could do better. and that's important. Third is just more information, right? The work of our industry affiliations to develop reporting tools is helping and starting to generate increased information across a wider range of attributes, as well as facilitating for firms to know what asset owners are looking to see. Fourth, we are seeing a greater focus on inclusion and equity beyond representation. And that part of that is a focus on, as discussed earlier on, what practices might cultivate inclusion, including maybe some soft touches of incorporating diversity of thought and being mindful of who's speaking in meetings and ways to try to generate, as Calvin mentioned, rotating chairs in meetings, just to cultivate ownership. And lastly, and this really brings it back to the point raised at the beginning of our fiduciary duties, we note that our process has enabled a wider lens into our investment partners' talent management. And with that wider lens comes more information, and more information, hopefully better informed investment decisions going forward to position the fund to best serve our fiduciary duties and mission. So with that, we'll pause and welcome any questions.
Great,
comments.
we seem to have a lineup. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, it's excellent. We, David Green and I, were fortunate enough to attend the Super Investor Conference, and we went to there was a breakfast hosted by Grace Reyes on this very topic, DEI in private equity, and the burdens that private equity has. I'm sorry, the burden, the freedom that private equity has not to report this kind of stuff, and of course all the impacts and everything that we understand why it's important to have a diverse workforce. And it was a very robust conversation. It was one of the better ones that we attended. But kind of what came out of it was there's really, because of the nature of private equity, I mean, public markets can have pressure, but really the two big things that can influence this and bring it up to speed, is legislative policy, and then pressure by limited partners or, leaders in the industry like LACERA. And, I guess peer analysis, or, people look to LACERA. So, I mean, I just want to, number one, acknowledge staff and our robust DEI policy, first and foremost. It is really making a difference out there, in public and private markets, because we are showing them what right looks like. We are putting subtle pressure. And this is, was also a topic at the Council for Institutional Investors, in Long Beach. Same thing. How do we get this? But one of the things that came out of it, there was in France, and don't quote me exactly on the number, but they said the DEI to have women in the workforce was unattainable. The percentage that they wanted, they wanted to get, I think it was above 20%. And maybe David can expand on this. They passed legislation, and once they passed legislation, these private equity firms met the bar without a problem. So the doom and gloom and we can't do it. Well, when they were forced to do it, somehow they were able to do it. So, and force is probably the wrong word. Incentivized, I think, is the better term. But I just want to point that out that, globally, LACERA is looked at, and I think we're on track here. And, kudos to staff on everything that we're doing. I mean, we're really paying, hyper focus to this stuff, and as important as it is. So that's it. I wanted to share that with the group and compliment staff and I mean, I think, when we fall short with our own pressure, option two is lobbying to get that legislation passed. especially in markets that they don't have to divulge the information.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. Yu?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And this is actually following along that last comment that Trustee Green just made. Scott, can you comment on how like Prop 209 affects our policies as well as our execution of T.I.D.E and our monitoring? Because we have that uniqueness in California, right?
Sure. So Prop 209, to my understanding, creates constraints around anything that may appear to be a quota, particularly pertaining to gender and race. The LACERA approach really defines and starts from an understanding of firms in the IPS, firms with that access, manage, and retain talent of diverse backgrounds in an equitable and inclusive manner will produce better results. So we are looking at the policies, practices, and what information can be provided that demonstrates a compelling track record of firms to adhere to those policies. So while we're certainly mindful of any legal and regulatory parameters in California or elsewhere, Europe, other markets that come up from time to time, we believe very firmly and in consultation with our legal office and Fiduciary Counsel that there is plenty of room here that's very squarely aligned with our fiduciary duties to assess DI as part of talent management and quality.
So even if we wanted to make a policy to put, we would like the firms to have a certain percentage of a category, we can't do that, right? Even if we wanted to, we would have to highly encourage and go about it that way, right?
Well, we would certainly actively consult with legal counsel on anything that speaks to a quota. But what we invite all firms to provide is what their current profile is, demographics to the extent available. And then as we're assessing them on a relative basis compared to other peers in their asset classes, where are there areas for improvement and how might they be tracking towards those? So it becomes a qualitative assessment.
And that has to be, and on that note too, even the voluntary information, as Trustee Green says, a lot of these firms don't even have to do it, but we can't require them to give us that information, right? It has to be all voluntary.
Sure, and like all due diligence, the extent of cooperation or fulsomeness of a manager is part of the assessment. If we're asking for information on their cybersecurity risks and we're getting a pat answer, that obviously that's taken into consideration as we're evaluating. So this is a very similar context. Now we can find and pursue manners and strategies to encourage and facilitate more reporting, and that is exactly what the team has done. Part of that has been, as Cheryl mentioned, working with our industry affiliations. So ILPA, AMA, PRI, all now have reporting templates, whereas a few years ago, firms said, what do asset owners want? Well, asset owners and managers can get together and say, let's try to define some pragmatic examples. I think that work is hopefully very promising in non-US markets, where the CFA Institute, as Cheryl mentioned, is really working in a market by market environment to understand what, given the parameters in France, what might be reportable and going forward. On legislation and regulation in the US, we have commented to the SEC that they should expand more human capital reporting in general, inclusive of workforce composition, part full-time workers, but also to disclose the EO1 data that firms are already providing or compiling.
Well, I just want to commend you and the staff for all of the amazing work and being on the forefront of all these issues. And I know I consulted with you on one of these issues, and I would like for us to go further, but clearly there's certain restraints. But I do want to acknowledge that we are really ahead of the curve, and all the work that and all the engagement you guys have been in. But I think that, like some of our outgoing trustees have said, they're going to keep an eye on us, and I think there's a lot of more room for improvement. and working with your team and knowing the unique challenges we have in California, especially with like Prop 209 and other issues. I'd like to continue that work. And also I want to comment on slide 29, all of the events and everything that staff has been in, that LACERA has been in, but I want to highlight our chair. With her leaving, I think she probably did half of this thing, right? Half of this list.
A few of them.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
I did a few of them.
We have to up our game because when she leaves, we have to make sure that we still have representation, and we don't want the next report next year to be lacking on this list. But I want to recognize our chair and I attended several of these to show support. So.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, and thank you to the staff for the presentation. Scott, one slide is missing to me, which is something you referred to earlier on. Increasingly, there are very analyses of the benefit of this of diversity to firm decision making and profits, and those analyses have integrity. I mean, they're over a period of time. They're conducted by well-respected folks like McKinsey and others. So I think a slide dedicated to that would be helpful, certainly to me. I know a couple of them, but I don't know them all. You don't have to list them all, but the top 3 most recent analyses have actually shown that this has a positive impact in these areas. That's the one thing I think was what I would have been interested in that was missing in terms of the slide deck, but otherwise I thought it was great. Thank you for all of your time too, because this is 30 pages, but it was a lot of work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
Yes, a couple of comments. With regards to the comments that Mr. Jason Green made regarding private equity and what you'll learn at that conference, I want to mention that that was the reason why I was asking the role that we play in the investment committees on the different funds that we partner with, a lot of the GPs, because that dialogue, ongoing dialogue, is critical in my view. And I know that we play a key role at ILPA. I know the staff, in particular David Simpson, has made a presentation regarding the T.I.D.E initiative that we have to ILPA. So I just wanted to highlight that not only the trustees, but also the staff in the respective organizations, CII and others, play a key role in there. Also, with regards to Mr. Rue and the issue of Prop 209, thank you for raising that issue, because that was why I asked the CIO to make the business argument as to why this program is important, and that's because Prop 209. And that is something that we have looked at for many years, especially when we decided to get this policy going in place, the issue of 209. But I believe that as long as we have a business rationale for doing what we're doing, we do have the right to play in this field. Certainly, we included as part of the investment policy statement the requirement that when the staff is doing due diligence, that questions regarding diversity and inclusion are part of that, and the report that the staff provides to this board includes that. One of the things that I want to emphasize is that at one point when we first were kicking around these ideas for this policy, it was the natural desire to divest, so to speak. In other words, we will meet with a particular firm that will lacking either the policy or the diversity that we were expecting. And the question at that point was, do we want to walk away from that firm at that point, even though the numbers are really, really good and it will fit perfectly in a portfolio? Or do we want to be part of the committee, the investment committee, and have the ongoing dialogue? And I believe we concluded the dialogue was more important because the idea is not to walk away. Because once you walk away, you're no longer at the table to continue the dialogue. So we made a conscious decision that we were going to follow the engagement process. And I think given these reports, it has been a tremendous policy in terms of the information we're getting. And yes, we have more work to do, but I think that the progress that we have made since we implemented this policy are tremendous. I mean, I talked to other investors, other pension funds, they don't have this requirement that we have in the IPS, and that's significant. So I wanted to mention that is really important. How we've been able to work around Prop 209 to our benefit. So it's critical. You know, the requirements for the Emerging Manager program are the same requirements as we have for our portfolio in terms of the track record and things of that nature. So this is, in my view, this is a tremendous job that staff has done. And of course, I got to give kudos to my colleagues on the board because we spent a lot of time in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Green.
could I just make a quick comment to that real quick? So sorry to jump, but yes, Trustee Santos, I think I fully agree with you. And I just want to make it clear, I think Prop 209 was a very unfortunate circumstance. And because I think data and disaggregated data is very, very important. But I love what we're doing, but I want us to not rest here, but push the envelope. I love the angle that we're using right now. I would love to work with the team going forward to figure out how much more we could push that envelope, because it's very important, whether it's women, persons of color, LGBT, veterans, disability. I mean, even being reducing carbon footprint. I mean, all of these things are important in this new world. And it's about how we could push that envelope without hurting our main mission of delivering to our members, but at the same time being as socially equitable and responsible as possible. So I'd like for us to continue pushing.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to lift up the comments of the other Mr. Green, the virtual Mr. Green, and just say it was a really terrific, powerful moment at that conference to be in a room with a bunch of folks that are investing, from all over the world, and really be able to hold up the work that we've done with the T.I.D.E initiative. It was really terrific, and there was just a line forming around us asking, how do we get to this place? Asking about our lessons learned. It just was incredible. But I also want to acknowledge Mr. Kelly's comments as well and lift up what he said in terms, we still have a lot of work to do. I don't have any announcements today, Joe, but your point is well taken, I think. I also, just take a step back. We really have moved mountains, right? And as LACERA in this last 7-10 years, the veteran folks here, you go back 7-10 years ago, there was no Scott Drazel. There really wasn't a functional corporate governance mechanism. There was no T.I.D.E initiative. We sure as hell didn't have the diversity we have on the board. We sure as hell don't have the diversity of our staff. And I just want to say, it does not go unnoticed. I don't go anywhere as a LACERA rep without this being acknowledged. And the place that they're coming from is always, how do we get to the place? How do we get where LACERA is, right? And Jason, you know this because I said this, right? They kept asking, and I say it every single time. It really starts with leadership, and it really starts with the folks that are sitting in the horseshoe here and making this a priority. So kind of my wish, leaving LACERA is that you do make this a priority. And David, your leadership's going to make a big difference moving this forward with what you just said. So I don't want to lose it, and I don't want to sound thuggish, but we also, there's a lot of members that are going to hold folks accountable, LACERA, to keep this up because of the good work you've done. Yeah. Last thing I'll say, with Gina and the work that she's done, she's really been exemplary as a role model for this program and moving it forward. And, it's not lost to me. You spoke at every single one of these groups. You really led the way, and you've really inspired me and a lot of other people to make this a priority in the investment world. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Wouldn't be a Trustee Jones comment without a sports metaphor of some type.
Here it comes.
Here we go.
It's interesting. Roger Bannister at one point, the 4-minute mile used to be no one can do it. There were people who theorized that you could explode the heart would explode if you got below 4. And I think the current context we're in with DEI and all the other political motivations was the whole idea that if you have this kind of mindset of inclusiveness and equity and all this, somehow, the investment management industry would break, right? And people would lose money and things of that nature. And I think what's important about what we're doing is that as soon as Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, it was amazing how many people afterwards broke the 4-minute mile.
Right.
And so I think a couple things I'd like to compliment the team on. And the first thing I jumped to in your little thing is you got to walk the walk. And so I was interested in the talent development piece. It's one thing for everybody to get all excited about the funnel, but once you get into the funnel, if nothing's really happening, if your people are trading out, or people aren't seeing mobility and advancement into leadership, then you've kind of lost the story. So it was nice to see the promotions and the internal movement and the things in their leadership. So I think you've got to start there. And then secondly, I think to the degree that Gina's been a great face person for this, and I don't know the whole story. I always pick up a little bit over the history of this thing. It might be, we might need as a board, particularly with so many new members, is a talking points type thing that talks about the history. It talks about where it started and how it got into the investment policy and the struggles, so that we can do 4 times as many events as a collective board, because we can have a common set of things to go out there and share from that standpoint. So, prove to people that the 4-minute mile can be broken. So get your ass moving, right? So that's all I have to say.
Spicier.
So just congratulations to the team and the vision, and again, Herman and Gina's let me know that, and David has alluded to it too, that it was a struggle on the board. It's great to be on this side, but I think it's also important for us as a board to kind of remember what the struggles were, the internal skepticism and things that had to be done, because other people who are going to attempt to break the 4-minute mile are going to have the same things. So being able to talk about it in an affirmative way in terms of how we move that through is an important part of our story too. So again, congratulations to the team for that.
Yeah, thank you.
And if I may, we appreciate the suggestion on the communication tools. We can, more accessible, more variety can certainly help as well.
So I will take the chair's prerogative in the last comment, which is, when I was first recruited on the board, Herman and David, had lunch with me to sort of convince me that this was something worth doing and what we wanted to accomplish. And one of the first things they said was, we really want to, very positively impact the diversity of the board, not with just sort of the notion of bringing on board somebody who meets the criteria, but somebody who's going to move the ball forward on the board. And so, we have had so much movement and success over the last, 6 years since I've been on the board, which was really the beginning of a lot of our reporting. But I have to credit those that actually set the foundation and spent 17 years, and that is Herman and David, for sort of planting the seed that has kind of grown into this mighty oak. So I think that kudos are all around, but let's remember who watered that seed for, a good 12 years before we really started making significant progress. So congratulations. And of course, this is always, this report continues to grow and evolve, and we continue to learn from it. And I love the idea of creating, ambassadors and more ambassadors. Patrick, that's a great idea. And, for me, it was an honor to be at every single, I didn't speak at every one of these, by the way, but I did speak at a lot of them. And it was an honor for me to be able to represent what the organization is doing, because I was so proud of the work that we were doing. And I did very often get can you send us your materials? Can you share with us? And so I felt like we were effectively open sourcing. How do you become, how do you become effective in your efforts on DEI? And I really take great pride that we have taken that role within the community and within the industry. So thank you. Okay, with that, I want to take just a quick 7 minutes, just enough time for the board to go into the boardroom and come back out. So do not stop, do not pass go, do not collect $100. So very quickly, at noon, we'll go ahead and get started with our strategic asset allocation conversation. Thank you.
Freezing. Am I the only one freezing?
No.
It is chilly. I haven't
Okay,
taken off
it's
my
not just
jacket
me.
yet. It's 12 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started once again.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and trustees. So over the last few months, the board has reviewed various topics concerning the strategic asset allocation. We've had various conversations, and recently the board answered a survey after Makita introduced the topic of asset liability management at the October Board of Investment meeting. It is those answers to that survey that we're going to discuss today, and it's based off those answers. The goal for today is to set the stage for a detailed discussion on LACERA's objectives and risk tolerance as it pertains to asset allocation. So the reason this is important is this will help provide a baseline or a framework for the asset allocation options that will be presented to the board in the upcoming months on both the pension plan as well as the OPEB trust. So with that background, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Ison Killick, Tim Fila, and Jonathan Camp at Makita.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you.
How pleasant to get back to regularly scheduled business.
Thank you very much. I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but I also wanted to highlight how important the strategic asset allocation process is. As LACERA's investment belief state, the number one investment belief is that long-term strategic asset allocation will be the primary determinant of LACERA's risk and return outcomes. So this is really the highest calling of this board to set the direction for the SAA. And on this first slide, you can see that we're going through a very thorough process that really started in the beginning of the summer with some education sessions and continues through this meeting, and ideally will land on final portfolio recommendations and a decision in April, but a very comprehensive multi-month review process that ideally sets the stage for the next evolution of LACERA strategic asset allocation. Jude hit most of the points on the survey. It doesn't like me.
Oh, you see.
You want to move to the next slide?
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So really what I want to highlight here is we have gathered a lot of your feedback, and we're going to show you some of that analysis. But the main objective here is sort of, if you're going real estate shopping, you kind of want to identify some of the zip codes that you're interested in. Maybe it's good school districts or whatever your characteristics are. This survey is really meant to be a similar tool where we're looking to identify some of the right neighborhoods so that we can go shopping for that house as we go into the future meetings. And just to introduce Jonathan Camp, he's joining us out of our Chicago office. He may look familiar. He came in for the last SAA review. He is our asset liability modeling specialist, and he is the person who incorporates all of that tremendous data from Milliman into our analysis so that we're able to not just model the asset side of the portfolio and optimize there, but we're able to add the additional dimensions associated with the liability. So thank you, Jonathan, for being here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ison to review the survey.
Thank you, Tim. Dear trustees, good afternoon. As Tim mentioned, we solicited some of the key preferences from the trustees as a part of the strategic asset allocation process. And today I will be reviewing with you the results. And just
quickly, if I were to highlight two components that we came across the most, I wanted to say that when we were collecting, processing, and working on the responses, we saw that there was some healthy diversity and dispersion of opinions. That said, the overall emphasis, what we saw was that pretty strong focus on risk with an eye on downside protection and risk mitigation. Now I will go over some of the results so you can also see what we saw. Just as a quick reminder, and I'm sorry, did I do that accidentally? Okay. But as a quick reminder, the survey had two components. First was the relative ranking questions, 6 of them, and then the second component was independent 10 questions, some of them with pre-listed options, and some of them trustee input information. For the first component, you can see the summary of the data on this page. And I would like to, as a quick lay of the land, there were again 6 objectives, where on this page as a summary, we ranked them from based on the trustee responses in terms of the preference for the importance. So with that, you can see that minimizing total portfolio declines came the top of the list, followed by persistent progress for the current funding progress. And then towards the bottom of the list was minimizing average contributions and achieving a full funded ratio. To understand the data here a little better, everything was ranked from 1 to 6, 1 being the top of the list, most important, 6 being kind of the bottom of the list, least important, and putting that into percentage, looking at the distribution of responses. So this is the percentages, and then calculating an overall ranking where the highest score was the most important. Just taking as an example the question 5, for example, you can see that 77% of the responses indicated that minimizing total portfolio declines was above average to most important in terms of being an objective, and overall had the highest ranking score. So for the rest of this presentation, we have the full transparency on the survey. All 16 between the objectives and the questions, they are all included in this package in terms of how trustees responded, what was distribution of responses. But in the interest of time, I would like to focus on a few that really showed the emphasis on the downside protection and the risk mitigation. So with that, I will move to page 10. This likes me going. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to go to page 10, which is just a question that I reviewed with you, question, which was about the minimizing the major total portfolio declines. And here you can see a little more that the 7 out of 9 responses showed an above average preference. And one more thing to note, this was a stark increase in importance from the last time the board was surveyed. If we can move 2 more pages. Yes, thank you. This was the question on cash flow position of the plan. As you can see, there's a strong consensus here between all the agrees and strongly agrees that the cash position of the plan is a key consideration when constructing an investment portfolio. The last page I would like to highlight is page 14, please.
Which is really important because we pay the benefits every month. So liquidity is very important.
And I think it's very consistent with the asset allocation adopting a higher use of alternative investments. So I think it's a really good sign that trustees were thoughtful about that evolution of the portfolio and how it also dovetails with clearly having to pay the promised benefits.
Some of us lived through 2008, so we learned from that.
Yes, and then the last part of the survey that I would like to highlight is again about decline in the portfolio, where when we ask which of the following outcomes are you most concerned about over the next 3 years, 7 of the responses came as a double-digit decline in portfolio value. So another strong consensus about downside mitigation, downside protection. With that, again, we do have the full survey results here, but in the interest of time, I just wanted to highlight the ones where trustees seem to be most focused on. And I would like to pass it back to my colleague for a recap and key takeaway.
Before we get there, Madam Chair, Mr. Perez, so we do have risk mitigation strategies in the portfolio pursuant to the prior asset allocation studies. How that strategy has it met the expectation in terms of reducing the volatility in the portfolio, or what's your analysis of that?
Yes, through the chair. Trustee Santos, yes, the risk mitigation portion of the portfolio, one of the four functional asset categories, has met expectations. Just so the other trustees, just for your reminder, this is where our investment grade fixed income sits, and it serves as the ballast of our portfolio. This is where our hedge fund program has been very successful. Our long
Say that again.
The hedge fund program has been very successful.
Thank you.
It's been a great diversifier, mitigating equity risk. And well, as we have long-term treasury there, and that's also where our cash sits. So it's been a successful strategy, and I don't want to jump in front of the model, but probably something we see gets increased through this asset allocation process, given where interest rates are.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, key takeaways.
If we could skip to just page 22 really quickly, I'm going to do one of the positive takeaways with the increased focus on risk and still having to meet the 7% actuarial assumed rate of return is that the capital markets have risen based on the rise in interest rates. So you are able to achieve higher rates of return at lower levels of risk. So the timing on that coincides pretty nicely. But I will say, just mirroring John Grable's comments from this morning, we have had a really strong rally in equity markets, and fixed income has declined, producing positive returns, but possibly reducing the forward-looking capital markets expectations that we are going to produce. And our process for that is we anchor to 12/31 every single year, so it's repeatable. We do everything based on that year-end information, and clearly what's gone on in recent month here has impacted what those are going to look like. So maybe not quite as optimistic as what's on the page currently and what we reviewed with you in September. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Yes, thank you. So we're going to go to slide 24. So this is really a recap from the prior presentation. And so what we tried to do is really identify what risks are present in the entire system. We do a lot of talking about investment risk, and there's a reason for that. But what we're trying to do here is just give a summary showing you that there are additional risks to think about. And the pie chart on the right is really meant to say, if we've only got an hour to talk about all the risks in the plan, we'd suggest talking about investment risk for about 2/3 of it. And the other risks we want to keep in mind and talk about either quantitatively or subjectively in other ways. So you might hear us start to talk about some of those other risks mixed in with some of the investment risk. Go to the next slide. So this slide is really meant to just highlight overarching what the project goal is. So I like to think that we're down there in the bottom left in that first box, where we're trying to just understand what is the financial condition that we're looking at right now. And then as we move into the second box, that's when we start to get some of the opinions that we're hoping to get today. We start to understand what risks the trustees are willing to accept for the returns that are expected to be given. And then finally, we'll get to box 3 more towards the beginning or the middle of next year when we've identified a go-forward strategy. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a chaotic graph, but it's meant to just show how we are doing our forecasting. And so we take your system, all the characteristics of your system listed at the bottom, and we send it through as many simulations as we can to really understand what are the possibilities and the outcomes. And you see each one of those little lines is an outcome. And the outcome is not going to be a straight line. That's one thing I know for sure. We just have to be aware that we don't know which outcome it's going to be, but it's going to look like one of these lines. And we need to be prepared for whichever line comes our way. Next slide. And so the next step is really understanding how do we go from the survey to that chaotic graph that we just saw on the prior slide. And so what we've tried to do is quantitatively address some of the questions. So you see question number 5, this is the highest ranked characteristic, minimizing major portfolio declines. And you see that under 46% of the simulations, the drawdown was less than negative 9%. And so when I look at that and I say, well, that's less than 50%. So that doesn't feel like we're meeting those objectives. So that's one thing that we'll have to take into account. Is the current policy really meeting the expectations that you all indicated in the survey? Very similar question number 2. This is how strongly you all want to see a consistent funded status growth over time. And you'll see 36% of the simulations had stayed above a negative 10% drawdown. So if you take your smooth path going up and you look negative 10% below that, how many of the simulations stayed above that negative 10% below the funded status path? Only 36% of them were above that path. So we have to acknowledge that maybe some changes need to happen with the current policy in order to get this percent up and more in line with what you all have indicated. Next slide. And so these next few slides are really just going into more detail on the optimization process. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each one of those, but I'm happy to answer any questions. What this slide shows you is how we take all that chaos 2 slides ago, and we create a funnel of potential outcomes, and we assign percentiles to each of them. And then we decide where to focus on the next slide. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that same funnel and we're going to create 2 statistics. One is our expectation. It's more of a longer term looking stat. You see right there, we have 101% funded status that we're honing in on in 2034. And then we want to create a risk measure. So we're looking at funded status. We want to look at a short period of time. How negative can the risk measure go when we're not seeing optimal asset outcomes? So you'll see right here, baseline says that there's a 72% chance of, a 15% probability that the funded status will be 72% or lower. And that's the risk that we're then going to take and use as a comparison for alternative asset allocations. So moving on to the next slide. So step by step, this is really how we optimize asset allocations. First, we plot the baseline. So we just did that. Second, we create constraints. We look at all the asset classes that you're currently invested in, and we look to see if we widen if we add to that asset class or we take away from that asset class, what does it do to our expectations? Step 3, we're going to compare those different alternatives. Step 4, we're going to pick out some samples out of those alternatives to actually look much closer at. And then step 5 is to look at any other risk measures that we think are important. So moving into the next slide. So this slide is actually just a recap of slides you saw before. We're taking those 2 statistics that we showed. On the vertical axis, we have our long-term expectation. And then on the horizontal axis, we have our risk measure. So what we like to think of is when we're optimizing, we're trying to take that dot and we're trying to move it up, higher funded status under normal conditions. We're trying to move it to the right, less risk. You want a higher funded status regardless of whether you have poor returns or average returns. So on the next slide, what we're going to do is talk to you about the constraints that we mentioned in step 2. So for purposes of this meeting, we have set these constraints, but you all can say the mins or the maxes that we've set for the asset classes are not appropriate. We'd rather have wider mins or maxes, or we'd like to have smaller ones. But either way, when we looked at all the permutations of asset classes in these constraints, there are about 40,000 different possibilities. So that's a lot. That's a lot to choose from. But we'll see that maybe there is some logic to expanding those constraints in a later slide. But this is one that if you have perspective on an asset class having a higher max or lower minimum, please feel free to share the feedback. So step 3, this is where I said we had about 40,000 different asset allocations. Each one of those different choices are labeled there with a blue dot, and you can see how they stack up against the current policy. As I mentioned before, the most optimal allocations are going to be the ones that are highest and furthest to the right. And so on the next slide, we'll actually show a few samples that we picked out. So sample A, if we just use that as an example, this is the highest dot on the chart, meaning within the constraints that we've set, this is the portfolio that gave us the highest funded status long-term 2034. But you will see that the downside to choosing this policy is on the risk measure. It's actually further to the left of the current policy, meaning we'd expect more volatility with your funded status in order to achieve that optimal long-term funded status. And so many times the feedback that we get from trustees is that we don't want any additional risk. We just want to go up and to the right. That's going to be your policy B. And so there is a little bit of optimization that we think we can do, gaining on long-term return and lowering the risk. But in some ways, it seems like that's a little bit contrary to what the feedback we got in the survey. The survey came through with the primary objectives being lower downside risk, lower the volatility. So I think you all might be interested in a portfolio that's more like C, where we are lowering the volatility, but the sacrifice is that long-term returns under average scenarios will lead to a funded status that's lower than the current policy. So we don't think that any of these policies is better than any other policy. It's really just a lot of perspective on how much risk you think should be in the system. So if we...
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So at the NC PERS trustee thing in Las Vegas a couple of weekends ago, in between blackjack tables, there was a lot of conversation from actuarial presenters about this question of the funding status, right? Like, is 100% clearly the goal, or for the purposes of managing the near term, are you always rolling on a 20-year, we want to get to 100, but it kind of continues to kind of move out, and you kind of make your near-term decisions kind of based on that rolling idea. So, I mean, so in the context here, how are you suggesting we look at the time frame and the pursuit of the policy period, of the 100% funded policy period, right? Because I think that's kind of because it can be a little bit of a distraction at some level, focusing on that versus just saying, hey, we want to be mindful, we want to plan for it, but is it actually something that we're trying to attain at the cost of the trade-offs that you're suggesting here? Does that make sense? Question?
It does. It's just a very hard question to answer, because I can't say that there's one time period that's more appropriate for a system than any other time period. I think it partially has to do with the size of the contributions that are currently being made. If the system thinks that it's reasonable to make those contributions over X number of years in the future and that's sustainable, then that's the right answer. But if a system can't make the contributions over a 20-year period, then that's obviously something that needs to be considered. Personally, I like a funded status that's 100%, because then you don't have to fund those unfunded liabilities anymore, and contributions are going to go down. So I always like to encourage the right answer being, we want to be 100% as soon as possible, so that we're not funding benefits that were earned in the past, you're just funding benefits that are to be earned in the future. But I also know that being less than 100% funded is not a dire situation. As long as benefits are still being paid as they should, then the obligations are being met. So not a great answer directly to your point, but I think that's going to be a gray area that many people are going to have perspective in.
Mr. Grable.
Yes, yes. And as part of an answer is, at the offsite, we discussed the funding policy. On the work plan for next year, we are adding to it an update to the LACERA's funding policy, which will directly address that question.
Okay, continuing.
So the final slide that I'd like to present to you all is what I like to think of as an expansion of the constraints. The blue dots are still what I showed on the prior slides within the constraints that I showed. But when we were looking at the expected returns of all of the alternatives, we looked and saw that they're all above 8%. And your assumption is 7%. So what if we took those constraints and really expanded them to see, maybe you all have an appetite for going even further into the lower volatility asset allocations with a focus on just making sure that you're exceeding the 7% assumption. And I will caveat this, that these are based on capital market assumptions as of beginning of the year. We are going to update the capital market assumptions in a few months. And so this can change from where it is right now, but we don't think it's going to change so drastically that it's going to change the perspective. But wanted to give some food for thought that if we were to go down to an asset allocation that is sample D right there at the assumed rate of return line, that's a policy that's got 45% or more in fixed income assets, which is a big change from where it is right now. And so that's kind of some perspective for how drastic of a change would need to be made if you're solely focused on that long-term expected rate of return. And so with this, what we're hoping to achieve and receive feedback on is if you were to circle a section and say, let's just focus on policies that are in this area, what would that be? And really that's then what we will focus in on for subsequent meetings.
A lot of food for thought there. Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe just a couple more slides to drive it home unless there are questions right now.
I think one thing that I would like to ask as you're kind of presenting the alternatives later on, because obviously moving in any direction from where we are today does have a cost to doing so. And I want to make sure that to the extent that you can also simulate the trading cost, because often we simulate these costlessly and they're not costless. Right. So the actual cost of transition would be enormous, heavy, and in some cases, because of liquidity constraints, would be infeasible. In terms of how long it would take us to actually transition, right, given gates and everything else. So I do want to make sure that we are realistic about what is really an option versus just sort of getting overly theoretical about what the world could look like.
And that's one of the art and science of setting those constraints. A lot of it does have to account for, your liquid asset categories and what the exit periods for some of those. I mean, they're just some that we won't simply be able to change. The real estate has been under review and going through transition for a number of years. We recognize all of those constraints in the real world. As far as modeling explicit costs to it, for the most part, you're right that we don't factor those in, but I do think it can be part of the dialogue.
I think you could at least make some assumptions that you can use in your analysis.
So it appears to me that the current policy is actually working.
So I think the current policy worked extraordinarily well, particularly in the context of the last time we had this conversation where we were in a low rate environment. We were looking for some additional diversifiers of the portfolio away from just things that are going to be interest rate sensitive. So we reduced fixed income quite a lot, moved to some illiquid asset categories, increased the weighting towards hedge funds. All of that worked basically. But what we do have to acknowledge this time around is that we are in a new environment, but there has been a tremendous amount of volatility in the fixed income, and there are some real risks that as you're maybe contemplating allocating more to those asset classes, your ability in a 3-year period to also reinvest at those same assumed capital market assumptions may not be an actual condition that we live with. So we need to put all of that together as best as possible. And we created this D so that we could see this portfolio is basically modeled to essentially make a high probability, or at least a 50% probability of hitting the 7, but also showing you where that -10 lives. And it's a pretty big change. And sometimes the last time we did this with the capital markets expectations that were in the model, we couldn't have shown you a portfolio that would have given you 10, literally we couldn't have picked one that was able to get you in the neighborhood of 7 and also protect against a double-digit loss. This time around, there appears to be some, but it's a big shift, and I don't think we would recommend going all the way in that direction, but we did want to show you that there's some possibility of it. We have these next couple slides that we can go through where just maybe if we can go to the next slide, 36, please. So here you'll see just down at the bottom, those couple of rows for sample D, you see its expected return at 10 years right at 7. And then on page 37, you can sort of see the punchline. So just looking at worst case returns, which is essentially the 99th percentile, that does in fact get you to a decline of less than 10% on that 1-year basis. I think the other thing that's really worth highlighting here, though, is the probability of achieving at least 7% at the bottom. So while you are having slightly above the actuarial projection, you're still, when you look at it a long-term basis, these portfolios are only producing, 50 to 60% probabilities of achieving the 7. So it's not a guarantee, but you are increasing the likelihood that that 7 will be realized. And I think that's the important trade-off on the downside protection versus how much probability of making that 7 you can get. And that's really the critical item that you all have to wrestle with. And so with that,
Okay.
maybe we'll close it and take questions.
So, so looking at B, the sample B here, does that, or the changes there sufficient to adjust the new environment? I mean, out of all these scenarios, which one is the one who gets the closest as we can to making sure that the new environment is taken into consideration? It appears to me that B scenario is probably the closest one. Am I right, Ron?
B is certainly the one that optimizes on the sort of current level.
Pareto
most-
optimal. It goes up and to the right. Both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you were a little bit more risk sensitive, then moving to something, C or maybe somewhere slightly south of C and in between D could work. I mean, so we have to then, if we're going to move in a direction, there's lots of different portfolio construction things that we can do and take into account the amount of liquids, various different things to consider. So
I'm in favor of B.
Well, luckily we don't have to do that today.
Right. No, but we do want to get that feedback to help
absolutely.
identify some of these neighborhoods and preferences 100%.
Yeah. I mean, I think Pareto optimality is certainly something that you're always trying to go for. And also, this is also a nice way of basically reflecting back our answers to us to say, by the way, if this is important, this is what it looks like. Is this what you meant? And that may be it. Mr. Jones.
So question, this kind of circles back to what Trustee Santos was asking you, Jude, a little earlier, was when we look at the active risk mitigation strategies that we have in our portfolio, over time, are we getting better as a management team in terms of what we're doing in that area, right? So can we, if we looked at this, you might potentially look at an A, right? If you told me that over the last 5 years, what we've been doing in risk mitigation team, the experience in terms of what we've learned, we've improved over time for that mitigating strategy to produce. And so can you maybe speak to that a little bit, just kind of give us a sense of where we are from a internal management team perspective at, I realize the strategic asset allocation is an important decision in that, but just in terms of the kind of active management and how we think about it and how we look at it, like how good are we now?
Yeah, Chair Sanchez and Trustee Jones. The team right now has done an excellent job. I think where you mostly see your active strategies is why we do have some in investment grade bonds. It still hugs the index. So why I'll call it it is active, but not not to the point of where we're taking a lot of risk. Where we do have most of our active management is in the diversified hedge fund, with the goal of that program trying to have a beta less than 5, being against the equity market, so that if there is a downside, that it's not correlated. So the team as it is set up now is equipped to handle what comes in the future. And as you can see from sample A, B, C, and D, no matter which way we go, that risk mitigation bucket looks like it is going to increase, and that's basically because of where interest rates are. And then to dovetail that to your earlier question about kind of is the goal to get 100% funded, I think one thing the board needs to think about is it's always our goal to get to 100% funded, because if we can get to that state, you get to change the risk profile of the portfolio in a whole, which more of it would then go into risk mitigation, makes all of our jobs a lot easier if we can get back to that point of where we're hitting 7% is a higher probability, like Makita has laid out here in the scenario. And I think one of the questions we do have to ask ourselves as we go through this study is, if our target's 7%, do we want to set up a portfolio for 7%, but understanding that it's a big shift from where we are today. And then our current portfolio is at 8, but we're looking at sample B, moving over to sample C, we can still maybe target that, but lower the volatility. But just to bring back to your question, team's equipped, and I think no matter what we do in the future, the risk mitigation portfolio will see a little bit of an increase, but the team is well to handle that.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, well, you've given us a lot to think about. I think, especially because this is a lot to digest, certainly use the opportunity to communicate either through Linda to the team at Makita on, sort of how you're thinking about this, and given your previous answers, would you stick with them or would you change them, so that we can sort of give, really concrete feedback so that they're working in the right zip code.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, moving on to item C, total fund investment cost report.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and trustees. The item before you today contains LACERA's total fund investment cost report in compliance with Assembly Bill 2833. For background, this bill was passed in 2016 with the intent to increase fee transparency on our alternative investment vehicles within public pension plans. LACERA's core investment beliefs recognize that investment costs are a contributing factor to risk-adjusted performance. As such, this past fiscal year, the Investments Division redesigned and enhanced our annual report to further provide the maximum level of transparency to trustees and our retired members. The attached report not only meets the state requirements, but it also goes above and beyond by including LACERA's public market and real estate title holding company investments to provide a total fund view. The overview section of the presentation deck, slides 3 and 4, is included for reference and lays out the state code's annual public disclosure requirements. And the appendix section provides detailed information on each individual alternative investment vehicle within the total fund by asset class. And then at the end of the report, we list some definitions for key terms used throughout the report. With that introduction, I'll pass it to Calvin to present fiscal year investment costs for LACERA's private markets program.
So slides 6 and 7 provides an overview of the total costs for each of the asset categories, along with a year-to-year comparison. Noteworthy details include the growth category incurring a total cost of $425 million, with a substantial portion of that coming from private equity, which was $389 million. The second highest was hedge funds, which accounted for $150 million. In aggregate, growth and risk reduction and mitigation categories jointly represented 88% of the $655 million of total cost, indicating a 4.3% increase compared to the prior year's $628 million. Now moving over to slide 8 here, I'd like to provide some clarification on the right chart, detailing the year-over-year changes within the sub-asset categories. It's worth noting a minor correction. Non-core real estate actually showed a positive $12.8 million contrary to the chart, while the change in core real estate was $125,000 and not $24 million. So it's important to highlight that this adjustment doesn't impact the overall total cost, but it merely redistributes the amounts between these two categories. Hedge funds registered the most significant increase in cost attributed to expansions in manager allocations and crystallization of carried interest at the close of 2022. Conversely, illiquid credit experienced the largest decline attributed to managers not generating carry. The reallocation between categories does have a modest impact on the left donut chart. Specifically, 4% has been shifted from real assets and inflation to growth, resulting in growth now accounting for 65%, while real assets and inflation decreasing to 5%. Slide 9 features two charts. The one on the right shows historical costs for sub-asset categories in dollars, and the line on the left chart combines these costs for each of the fiscal year. The vertical bar on the left chart is the average total cost or total net asset value of the alternative investments. Interesting, costs have been growing at a slower pace than the increase in managed assets, highlighting LACERA's cost efficiency in deploying incremental capital. So transition to slide 10 here. These charts visually represent the percentage of each alternative investment cost per dollar of market value for respective sub-asset categories. Using private equity as an example, managers imposed a 1.1% or $1.10 of management fee for every $100 invested, coupled with 30 cents for fund expenses, $1.50 for carried interest. So in total, LACERA expended about $2.90 for every $100 of invested market value managed by private equity managers during fiscal year 23. The gray charts on the right pertain to fiscal year 2022, and notably a positive trend emerges when comparing the two periods, revealing a commendable reduction in rates paid to managers across almost every category. While it's important to acknowledge the decline or absence of carried interest suggesting a lower realized profit, the overall trend underscores LACERA's proactive approach in optimizing investment costs. Now I'll pass on the discussion to Catherine on an update on public markets.
Thank you, Calvin. Good morning, Madam Chair and trustees. I will cover the fiscal year fees by functional category for LACERA's public markets and real estate title holding companies. On the following slides, management fees are calculated as a percentage of assets under management. Understanding the fee structure can help evaluate the alignment of interests between the manager's compensation with the performance of the fund. On slide 12, you can see that 88% of the total public market management fees are coming from growth, credit, and real assets, or $39.5 million. The year-over-year change in fees has dropped in growth largely due to one terminated account. When normalizing for the same managers, total fees are down 10% from the previous year, while assets under management are up 20% from the previous year. The market value fluctuation can be explained by equity markets rising by 16% during fiscal year 2023. The level of fee reduction can be explained by the termination of high fee managers during the fiscal year. Natural resources and commodities also saw a reduction in total fees and assets under management from 3 investment managers in the previous year. Within real assets, total fees are down 25%, while assets under management are down only 19%. Public market natural resource fees went down due to the continued shift to new private real asset funds and co-investments. Infrastructure fees slightly increased due to the growing account balance. This slide shows the 2 remaining functional categories, risk mitigation and overlays. Together, they represent 12% of management fees, or $5 million. The year-over-year change within these categories are due to market movements and rebalancing activity. Slide 14 provides a summary of the total public market fees at $44.4 million. For title holding companies, management fees plus fund expenses accounted for $16.2 million. Title holding company fees have dropped significantly from the previous year due to the disposition of properties. No carried interest was earned by managers in these sales. LACERA's public market and title holding company fees together account for $60.6 million. On the left-hand side of slide 15 is a visual representation of LACERA's total public market investment costs. The outer layer of the donut represents the percentage of fees by functional category. The inner layer shows the distribution of fees by sub-asset category. For example, global equity, shaded in light blue, represents all of growth, which represents 34% of all public market fees. If you move to the right-hand side, you can see how each sub-asset category contributed to the change in total public market fees from the prior fiscal year. Global equity contributed to over half of the $11.1 million decrease, followed by natural resources and commodities at 32%. Slide 16 shows a 2-year trend within LACERA's public markets and title holding companies. The bar chart shows how total costs have declined in almost all asset categories compared to the prior fiscal year. This concludes our presentation, and we would like to open the floor to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? It's always a little eye-popping when we do this, which I think is the reason that there is a requirement for us to do so. But it is helpful to understand what is happening within the fee space. Ms. Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a point of clarification. So I understand that, significant decreases this year, and I know through some of it was through efforts of LACERA, but then it sounds like some of it was also as a result of the change in managers. And so what would you expect moving forward? What would we, or what should trustees expect to see in the fees as we move forward?
From an asset allocation portfolio construction perspective, I would say for example, like in the real assets committee meeting this morning, we should expect to see some of the public fees decrease in that portfolio or program, with the private funds contributing more on the private markets. But I would say overall, generally, I think it's in our beliefs that we're price makers, not price takers. And so we've made significant improvements and wins in certain areas. And if not, we're coming up with creative solutions. I know, for example, the hedge fund team and the liquid credit team, they created a customized LACERA term sheet where we kind of present that first to managers before letting them dictate terms. So we're making some improvements there. And I think this report shows kind of the significant progress that we're making on that front.
So now that we're at a different threshold, are we maintaining, or do we still see more opportunities to lower it even more? Or is it possible, because of some of the anomalies, that fees could possibly increase? I guess is what I'm really asking. What should we expect moving forward?
Through the chair, I think the biggest driver of fees is performance, and then performance against an asset allocation. So there is no certainty in terms of providing an answer. And this is part of the role of structure reviews, is across all asset categories, across all investments, we always want to optimize and become more efficient in terms of how we structure investments. But we can never know what the fees will be unless you know what the performance of individual accounts will be.
Okay. All right. With that, thank you so much for your presentation. All right, moving on to everybody's favorite topic, the presentation of FPPC Form 700 e-filing. Oh, fun. The one thing I am excited to have the last of.
Good afternoon, Chair and Trustees. One moment. All right. Well, I hope I have some exciting news to share, make this a little bit less painful. So as you may recall, about a year ago, I appeared before you to discuss our search for an e-filing solution for our Form 700 process. and that our goal was to have both LACERA staff and trustees file on that system. So I'm excited to report back to you today that we have adopted an e-filing solution to let you know more about that system and what you can expect in this upcoming filing period in 2024. Next slide, please. So just briefly by way of background, this board's filing requirement is based on Government Code 87200. That's in contrast to the Board of Retirement, which is based on LACERA's Conflicts of Interest Code. And just, I think it's helpful to keep that in mind because as you review FPPC materials, as you're filling out your form, you may see a distinction between code filers and 87200 filers, and that's all that means. In terms of filing methods, e-filing is a very specifically delineated and defined term or the thing that is set out in FPPC regulations, various requirements that these systems have to meet, that we have to meet before we can use one. And the FPPC actually approves the system itself and our use of it. Paper, for lack of a better term, is anything else. Forms that are submitted, hard copies, faxed, emailed, anything that is not through an approved e-filing system. Historically, in terms of place of filing, LACERA staff have filed here with LACERA, but the trustees have filed with the county. I believe most of you have used the county's e-filing system and may have also had the option, if necessary, to submit things via paper, but I believe most of you filed e-filing. So moving forward, next slide, thank you. No change to the filing requirements. You all still have to file. Darn. In terms of filing methods, we have adopted Granicus. And just briefly, I recently learned that there were some ongoing issues with one meeting, which is another Granicus application. We have confirmed with Granicus that there is no impact to their Form 700 application. So it's completely separate from one meeting and shouldn't pose any issues with our continued use of the Granicus Form 700 system. Paper is still available if necessary. I don't see why anyone would prefer that method, but it is still available should the need arise. The reason that it may come up is for our folks or our trustees who have to file for other positions in the county or other public entities. So that may still come up. E-filing is strongly preferred. On our end, it's much easier to process, and I believe you will come to enjoy it as well. Our system will save your data year over year, so you don't have to re-input it every year, and it'll save you a lot of time. And it'll also check your form before you submit it, so make sure you've completely filled it out. Make sure you don't get pulled in an audit. In terms of the place of filing, again, staff is already filing with LACERA, but moving forward, due to updates in our conflict of interest code, the trustees will now file with staff here at LACERA on our own e-filing system, and with a small caveat, which we'll get to for those trustees who file for other positions. Next slide. So here's our timeline. Staff had been paper filing here at LACERA pre-2023. They have been e-filing as of this year. They moved on to the system during the 2023 annual filing period, and it went extremely smoothly. We're very excited to see that. No problems at all. The trustees were e-filing or paper filing with the county through this year, and moving forward, 2024 onwards, we together will file here at LACERA on our e-filing system. Next slide. So what you can expect on or about March 1st, you're going to receive 2 emails. One will have your account login information for the Granicus e-disclosure website, and then you'll get a separate email with a notice letting you know it's time to file your annual filing, and the deadline, which, as always, is April 1st. And if you would like to work on your statement before March 1st, please just let legal services know. You can work on it as early as January 1st. And I know some people like to get a head start. Otherwise, you can wait until the standard filing period, which begins in March. Next slide. When you log in, this is what you'll see. And I think most of you will be very comfortable just jumping right in and clicking around and figuring it out. It's very intuitive, very easy to use. There is a training video available on the left-hand side right there. It's about 5 minutes and it'll walk you through the whole process. Next slide, thank you. If you do have a lot of data, and I know several of you are in that position, there are spreadsheets available in the system as you're working through it. It'll prompt you to download it and fill out your data there. Makes it much easier that you can just put all your data in one spreadsheet, upload it, and then it will populate all the individual forms, all the individual parts of the form. So you don't have to do that, because that can be very, very long and tedious process if you do. And if you would like those forms ahead of schedule, please let me know. I'd be happy to provide them, so you don't have to wait till you're actually sitting in the system filling out your form. I can get those to you ahead of time. Next slide. For those of you with multiple positions or non-LACERA positions that you're required to file, there's no change to the FPPC regulations for your requirements. So you still, as always, have two options, essentially. You can file separate statements with each agency, and if you have a short statement or no disclosures to make, that may be the easiest option. It's just pretty easy to fill out two forms. However, if you have a lot to disclose, or you just think it'd be more convenient, you do have the option to file an expanded statement with the agency at which you hold your primary position, and then submit a copy of that form to the other agencies. So if you historically have been filing with another county, with a county department, and giving us the copy, there's no reason why we can't continue that practice. If you'd like to just work through what your situation is, I'd love to do that with each of you who do have other positions, and make sure you understand what the requirements are and what your plan is for this year and moving forward. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Okay. Yes.
So I have an outgoing office form I have to complete as of 12/31. So then I'm going to be off the list for April. I don't have to complete the April process.
Correct.
Okay. And you will, we had an email exchange. You'll email me the info on getting signed up for the e-file system?
Absolutely, yeah. And I believe in my recent email to outgoing trustees, I had asked if you would like to use our e-filing service. You do have the option if you like to use paper, but if you'd like to try out our system, you're welcome to do that.
No, I'll e-file. Thank you very much.
Great.
And thank you for all your help on this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Question two. So maybe I'm a little confused between, you were saying your e-filing versus, I've always done e-filing. Was I doing it straight through the county?
Yes, the county has their own e-filing system that they use. And now, pursuant to changes to our conflict of interest codes, trustees file with LACERA instead of the county. So you'll be on our e-filing system.
So as I'm exiting as well this year, I would not be doing the same system as the county, because I know all my 700 forms for both agencies that I work for, it's all sitting in their system.
Correct. And thank you for asking that. So moving forward, no one will be getting any notices from the county. Everything will be coming from LACERA. That's a great question. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Any last questions? Never have I looked forward to the last filing. And thank you for being available, because I will have questions.
Great. Yeah.
So great. All right.
Thank you.
Super. So the last item before the for information only items is the calendar. So I did get to look at the calendar, by the way. I think one of the things I thought might be worth considering is moving and I say this not, this does not affect me particularly, but the May 8th meeting happens at the same time as SACRS, and given that we have so many new trustees coming onto the board next year, and all of the trustee education for SACRS occurs on the 7th, I thought we would make the one exception, which is to move that to May 6th, the Monday. And I've obviously, this doesn't affect me. This affects the board that's sticking around. But I do think that there is some value to, since these trustees will be drinking from a fire hose for the first several months, being able to attend the SACRS trustee education, but also have an opportunity to meet and network with other trustees, because I do think there is a valuable learning opportunity there as well that we don't want to. This is the one umbrella organization that we really do belong to and participate in, and I don't want to lose the opportunity. But I will defer to sort of the trustees that are remaining regarding that one change, given our posture that we do not want to that board meetings are the most important thing on your calendar and you should never be attending a conference, that's the only one recommendation I would make, but up to you guys. Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
I think as a new trustee comes in, it's important that we prioritize our board meetings. I know changing the meetings around is very disruptive for the staff. It piles up on the upcoming meeting or right after the other meeting. Anyway, in my view, I think new trustees need to get up to speed in the program that we're doing here. We need to make sure, especially since we provided discretionary authority to the staff, we need to make sure that we continue to monitor the doings of the CIO and the staff. So I will not be in favor of rescheduling meetings. Missing one SACRS meeting is not, in my view, is not a big deal, especially when people have to go to Wharton and hopefully Stanford. That I think is really important to study fiduciary law and other conferences that, in addition to the information that we get here, it really it enable you as a new trustee to function here. So I will object in rescheduling any meetings.
Okay, that's fine. I don't feel that strongly. I was just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Green?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a recommendation that starting next year, all board meetings be moved to 7 a.m. on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Onyx is on board as well.
Yeah. No breakfast. Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually surprised that this was on our agenda, given, in essence, the significant, half the board is changing over. I would defer it and allow the new board to consider the matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we've been told what the calendar is. All right.
No changes, so.
Yeah, moving on. Okay. One thing before we get to the next items, I want to go back to the non-consent item B, which is the RFP for credit. I can't even remember. Yeah. It allowed, that process will kick off as soon as we end this meeting, and it allows for one or two or whoever is interested in being a part of that selection committee. And John has assured me that he's going to make me work until the last day of the year. So if you have an interest in being on that RFP committee, please let me know, and we will connect. I will make the appointment as my last official act, I suppose, and make sure that you're a part of that selection process if you have an interest. Okay, great. Okay, moving on. Items for staff review. None. Future agendas.
Yep.
All right, go to the order.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I asked to speak first because I have to go. I'm caregiver for a friend. I have to take him to his oncology appointment. I wanted to thank everyone for, I've been around since 13, so it's been a decade now, both as Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tax Collector, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and then as a retiree. And I think we all have significant responsibilities, and I have the greatest respect for my colleagues. This is an awful amount of work, and I think these have brought the right amount of dedication and focus to their responsibilities. It's been a really good experience for me. I thank staff. I thank our board secretaries. I have to thank Alex. I'm not allowed to call him after January 1st, and I don't know how I'm going to get through my IT life without him. And then I also wanted to share, with the board's rotation policy that we adopted a few years back, I was next in line after David to become chair this year. But I knew that I likely wasn't going to run again, and I was going to be elected to the board of the LA Financial Credit Union. And I thought, oh, I just don't want to work that hard. But there was another particular emphasis of mine, which I looking back, I never served on the Board of Investments under a woman chair. And it was really important for me. I've been really focused on gender diversity. It was really important for me to support Ms. Sanchez in her role as chair because she was next after me. So I could have been the first gay chair, okay, whatever. But I think that was a really good decision because I think you've done an outstanding job. And I wanted to acknowledge that. It really was a great year. And I think your leadership is significant, has a significant role in all that we've accomplished. So those are a few comments I just wanted to say. I'm not coming back. I'm not ready to get them over. I'm moving on to some other things. But it doesn't mean that I don't have fond memories and significant respect for everyone. It's been a good ride, and I thank you all for that. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Jones.
Thank you. As I shared previously, so this is my, I guess my last Board of Investments meeting. Tomorrow will be my last meeting with the Audit Committee. And I just give a heartfelt thanks to the board and to staff for such a wonderful short term that I was in place. I've learned so much, and I hope that I've contributed equally to what I have received because yeah, the information that is produced by staff and the information that we are able to receive at some of the conferences is just second to none. It's just the best, or is that the right term? First to none, I don't know. It's 5-star. And so, so I've been just really, really, really thankful. I did really struggle over the decision because I thought, well, if I just retire from my job, then I would have more time to serve on LACERA. But I really, really, after 25 years, I really just want to retire from government completely.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. I was clear.
Yeah, so I just figured it'll just be easier just to kind of close out all the chapters. But what an amazing, great experience. And please let to the future trustees know that if they have any questions or just want to, bounce ideas, please, I'm still open for phone calls. But yes, I am gladly going to go do some fun things. I bought a bike and I'm going to be riding it all over. I can feel. Yes. So, but thank you for this opportunity.
Mr. Knox.
Thank you. Good afternoon now. Yeah, I certainly wanted to thank the outgoing trustees. Ms. Jones, learned a lot listening to you and how you reviewed the various items and shared your perspective based on your history. You're going to be missed. Your level of diligence was second to none on some of those items, so thank you. Trustee Green, certainly learned a lot from him over the years. He was very supportive of the year I was board chair and asked his perspective on a couple of things a few times, always very willing to share. I certainly appreciated your perspective, which had an element of focus on labor, but just I think in general, I always appreciated that you looked even beyond that role, most frequently just to serve the membership best. Chair Sanchez, an excellent chair this year, very supportive the year that I was chair. I had an opportunity to have a few conversations with you, learned quite a bit, appreciated very much your knowledge and your willingness to share that. So all the best from my perspective and happy holidays. Thank you.
Mr. Santos.
Ready? I'm not leaving. Well, I would like to start with Mrs. Jones. Thank you very much. I've always been impressed with your preparation for these meetings and you questions well thought out. on behalf of what do we have now, 170,000 members that we represent, I want to thank you for your diligence. And I know you don't get paid. So it just really, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that. I take pride of preparation, but when I saw you go over the budget, I was ashamed of myself, quite frankly, because you went through that budget report inside out, and that's the level as a member, as a beneficiary, that I expect from my colleagues here, because we're dealing with people's livelihood, especially after spending whatever 26, 30 years or 40 years working for the county. We will expect somebody sitting on this board managing the workers' money to be as prepared and diligent as you. So again, thank you very much. I turn to Ms. Sanchez. I thank you for your service as well. One of the things that David Green and I talked about years ago is that in order to make some of the changes that we have been able to make in this organization, it requires that we will diversify the board. And it was a big task because the only thing that we could do was through the union get people elected, but it's only two of us on this board. And we realized that we needed to work very closely with the Board of Supervisors, in particular David Green, because of his position in the union, he had the ability to work with the supervisors because we wanted to make sure that we had the quality of the trustees on this board. And quite frankly, for me, as a criminal lawyer, I was always willing and I'm always looking forward for the appointed trustees for their views and interpretation of the material that we get, because I want to make sure that my interpretation is a reasonable interpretation. And so I always look for your comments and your input. And again, on behalf of the 170,000 members that I represent here, I thank you. You were always very prepared. You and I sat together here for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And it is very important, and the members will always be grateful to your contributions here. And I wish you a lot of luck in your new endeavors. And too bad that you're not coming back. Otherwise, we will advocate for you to be reappointed. To Mr. Green, my wingman.
Yeah.
I gotta say that, or maybe it was the other way around.
No.
You were the pilot and I was the wingman. We've been through some major battles on this board. I was making a comment to somebody in the audience earlier about the T.I.D.E initiative. And I remember many years ago, before Mr. Green got in, I was advocating for us to look at it, investing more with women. And there was a woman on the board in those days. And she turned to me and she says, Mr. Santos, we want the best. I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's what I want women, because we want the best. No. We want the best is our money. That's where we came from. The mentality that diversity was not good, that somehow or another it was a mistake by getting more women on the board. So Mr. Green and I conspired and to make sure that we will increase the diversity on this board, because how can we go on demand, ask the staff to go and question the managers about the diversity program, and I see managers in here looking at us, and I was the only brown face. And so it really sent the wrong message. We have increased the diversity on this board, and I think that translated into how the management of this organization has been able to diversify the workforce. I remember sitting here 19 years ago, and I would not see the diversity that I see today. And I think that's a reflection of everything that we have done. So, Mr. Green, you were always there. We went through the fights together. Somehow or another, we survived, and here we are. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
David?
Today is a very sad day, or actually a very scary day for some of our newer members like myself. First, just want to thank Chair Sanchez. I really think she's irreplaceable because she was like, at least for me, Cliff Notes, right? And because I know at various meetings for our benefit, she used to respectfully highlight various issues that she thought was important for the rest of us to know via questions to staff. I mean, she already knew the answers, but she wanted to use that opportunity. And I really appreciate being able to, for you to highlight for us. So maybe you could listen into the meetings and give us some.
Call in under public comment. Disguise your voice.
Completely fine with us, but
Phone a friend. I'd like to phone a friend.
Yes, I mean, what everybody else said, but more importantly, I mean, because she's part of the industry, and for you to respectfully work with the LACERA team and do it in a graceful way, I really appreciate it. It was a good resource for at least for myself, and I'm sure a lot of the newer trustees. Mr. Green, I think more than anything, your foundation building here, because every time we have some of these discussions, I'm like, everything's running fine. What's the problem? and then I hear all the backstory, and so we have to be more vigilant and diligent. But I really think the foundation setting and the building, and I mean, for selfish reasons, I would love for you and of course Ms. Sanchez to both stay, but I fully understand. I mean, 17 years, right? I mean, I guess that's. But that's a long enough time, but I really appreciate a lot of the historical knowledge that you bring and everything you've done for this organization for someone like myself to reap the benefits of. So, and Ms. Jones, we just got here. What's going on?
What have we done?
I know, and again, selfishly, with you leaving and again, I fully understand your decision, and yes, I'm trying to get off my other board so I can focus more attention to this as well. So I understand the work, but now I become more senior, and I haven't even done anything. And now just talking with Linda, it's only been 8 months, and I don't know how quickly I've become so senior on this board, which is very frightening, but I thank you for all of your service. Thank you for your different perspectives, especially your accounting perspectives. Yeah. And actually I should have asked this to the FPPC person, the previous presentation. Can we still call on them? Because I wanted to say I'm going to still bug you guys, but can we? I mean, I don't
got
know
our cell phones.
if there's is there like a 1-year bar or something? They can't talk. I was talking with Trustee Kelly, and he was saying there might be some sort of 1-year bar from him talking to any of us, or I don't know what it is.
Selling to.
Oh, okay. All right, but we could call for historical
Free stuff.
Okay, great. Because Ms. Jones, you might have officially gotten off, but you're still going to get bothered by us, or at least by me. So, but thank you for all of your services, including Mr. Kelly's, and it's going to be challenging, a lot more for us to step up, and Mr. Santos, you're going to be the most senior person, and we're going to be relying heavily more on you. No pressure, but thank God you're here for another year.
I got Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Back me up.
Yeah. So, but it for me. Thank you all.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so I'll be brief, but do want to honor the moment. So I remember coming on in the pandemic, and so I hadn't met anybody except for the blue boxes on the screen, and things would be going on, and conversation, and of course you could kind of say, well, there must be a backstory or something to this, right? And you sit there and you're like, Gina, am I missing something? And Gina was always quick to say, oh yeah, there's more. We'll talk afterwards, right? And so you learn just to kind of appreciate the perspectives, and beyond. I think what's also important for that Gina represents, that I think is important for all of us, is that we bring individual experiences and a sense of kind of doing right by our obligation that's here. And so that means that you got to speak up, you ask the questions. You can't, there is no such thing as a dumb question. You can't be afraid to do right by the obligation we have here and by the members that we represent. And so whether it's Joe Kelly, I told him earlier, I've just always appreciated the painstaking level of detail that he seemed to go through in the presentations. There was a comma missing on page 3 on so-and-so. And so it just lets you know what the bar of preparation was, level of preparation that's required. And, Ms. Jones, my sister from another, mother standpoint, and also the same thing. And so that's the thing that I think, perhaps for the public, and I think it's respectful for the staff, too, that, the staff puts in a lot of work, and I can imagine no worse feeling like you put your best into a deck and then it seems like nobody actually read it or prepped for it. So I think there's also a relationship that we have as board members to respect the work of the staff and the intelligence and the time that they put into that in order to maximize our benefit here. But like David, there's no particular announcements to make, but I will be an honorary Joe Kelly proxy that when it comes to some of those issues that I know he cared about in terms of inclusiveness, that I want to be sure that I'm appropriately educated and continue to push the envelope on that. And then David, I can't say prior to this I've had much exposure at all to unions. So public unions, this is kind of a whole new thing, and despite of what they read, you guys are really good guys, right? What they read you there. But no, and so just getting a chance to know each of your stories, and whether it's over in Manhattan and Berlin with Herman, learning his background, his story, and everything that he's done, and the infrastructure conference. And I just hope going forward, I think it's the obligation of whether you're new or not to continue to carry on the collegial spirit here. That whatever disagreements that we have, and we will have some, that the legacy that we're inheriting is that you can work through those in a way by being respectful and advance the cause of the members that are here. So I just want to say thank you. I know I've got some impending roles and things coming up, and I appreciate the opportunity to kind of, as when Keith called me about it, I kind of always teased him and said, "Is this a baton or a grenade?" And then opportunity to be a chair.
Remember that one.
From that perspective, but that will be my point of emphasis. And I've spent some time with Santos when we were in Vegas at NC PERS, and looking forward to spending time with John. And so, however awesome they've done it, I hope to be at least a small delta improvement, even above the other prior chairs that are there, and leave the organization in a continued position going up. So thank you for setting a great example, and look forward to working with Herman and Keith in the next fiscal year, so next calendar year.
Thank you. And Mr. Green, David Green, and then Jason Green.
Thank you. And so I want to start by kind of lifting up and thanking my siblings from Unite here for being here earlier today, and just to recognize comments they made about PAI and RES. And it feels like a full circle moment, because my first meeting I ever did as a LACERA trustee was with folks from Unite here about a hotel in Orange County. So obviously I'm going to encourage my colleagues to keep labor comments and thoughts and what they're doing in the forefront, because the reality is that's part of our values, is supporting working people and making sure they're supporting their efforts. It's been a hell of a roller coaster for 11 years, including for as chair and vice chair, before that. It just deeply grateful to my colleagues and the staff and the people that got me here. It doesn't, go unrecognized. And it's been said before, I'll say it again, just like, my colleagues that have come on the last couple of years have brought a new level of energy and diligence, right? definitely miss Patrick's sports metaphors a lot. And at Onyx, just tremendous, the amount of diligence. And, anytime I run into your prospective supervisors, I always sing your praises and explain you're really representing the members' concerns, questions, and diligence, and that doesn't go unnoticed, right? And for David Rue, it was funny because I was thinking, boy, if only could get someone on the board like a David Rue type, right? And it ends up being you. And it's just, I've followed your career for so long and been supportive, and you've brought a level of energy, intelligence to the board. And I don't want you to be worried. Just because you're losing the 4 best looking trustees doesn't mean LACERA is going to suffer. No, I was kidding. So don't be scared. No, I really appreciate you. And sincerely, I've said this to you before, the lines of communication are always open, and you should reach out and anytime you have questions. For Keith, I can't say enough about, during the turbulent times, Keith Knox was always kind of the voice of reason and the stability. Not to mention he had to chair through one of our more difficult years. The pandemic was still going on, and he just has the perfect temperament, leadership. Not to mention the fact he just does a hell of a job as treasurer tax collector for Los Angeles County. For Gina, Herman's already said it too, but it was, some of you know that I was at a scholarship dinner for one of my students with Herman, and we ended up talking to Gina, and it was almost like the stars aligned because we talked about her background in philanthropy and what she's done kind of leading in community work, not to mention her educational background, her inspirational story. And another thing, like with David and a bunch of these folks, it's just like the dream trustee, and Gina's stepped up, been incredible, been a great sounding board. And the goal is for our board to not be a bunch of rubber stamps, right? And to be engaging and to engage each other in a diplomatic, professional way, but not always agree. And Gina, during my years as chair, Gina would definitely challenge me, but I think it made not just me a better chair, but made the organization better. So kudos to all of you. I also want to acknowledge John Grable, just because, it's nostalgic, but I remember Sean and I jumping on the plane on the Southwest flight to Albuquerque to convince John to take the job here. So it's a true story, because we were terrified we were going to lose John as the chief investment officer. And I kind of looked at Sean and I was like, we got to go to Albuquerque. We got to get on the plane. Is that overkill? Is that too much? I was like, it's not. Like, I will ride my bike to Albuquerque if it means we can get John Grable. So lucky I didn't have to ride my bike. Southwest was no, I was kidding. But it was great. And from that moment, you've just taken LACERA different upward directions. You've been stellar, everything you do. I can't imagine LACERA being as successful these last couple of years without your leadership direction. You're just a very humble guy. And I really like the fact that you've developed a team around you. We've talked about this, that, the whole idea is you're supposed to leave an organization better than when you came in. It's better because of you, right? I also absolutely want to lift up the rest of the team, the work that Scott Drazel does, and Santos and Jude and Steve Rice. Just an incredible team here. The wins we have, the victories you have for members are because of the hard work you do. I think being chair, nobody realizes like the 60 hours a week you work behind the scenes, but I do. So thank you. And lastly, I'll say my boss, Linda, who's sitting to my left, I'm in the position now that I have to deal with personnel issues, right? And I'm trying to hire people all the time. And I use Linda as an example because just diligence, just the right temperament. She knows how to navigate difficult personalities, which is a lot of us on this board, quite honestly. Never complains, just always efficient, effective, and just really great. Like I joke she's my boss, but it's just, she really leads in a lot of ways. The reason our board is efficient is because of Linda. Yeah. So she's, I always used to do the unsung hero of the month. She's kind of the unsung hero of the month every month. So just really, really grateful for the time here and the folks that got us here. And last thing I want to say is Herman Santos has been like a brother and a mentor to me. And I promised myself I wasn't going to get emotional, but thank you for everything you've done. And thank you. I really appreciate you, brother. Thanks.
Yes. And maybe get emotional too.
Sorry.
Thank you, David.
Okay, so we'll go to Santos and
David,
Jason.
Green.
Oh, yeah, still am.
Sorry.
Hey, I didn't know I was leaving too. It's the other green that's leaving.
Yeah, yeah.
Gosh, how the heck, I'm not the last, am I, before the,
You are.
well, how do you follow all that? All right, briefly, I'm just going to talk about super investor. I had some things. I'm supposed to report it, whatever. So the T.I.D.E stuff we already talked about. It was amazing. Day one, David and I participated. We saw this geopolitical economist. She was a dynamo. It was one of the best presentations. I was able to avoid the meat market, except for one time a guy cornered me at one of the limited partnership breakfasts, which he wasn't supposed to do, and I could barely get away. But other than that, I hid my name tag, and it was really great meeting the European contingent of some of the people that we work with and contract with, and really having, without much to do, having that attention on their process, and which educated me on it and gave me more confidence as a fiduciary, and through their risk management process, data collection, stuff like that. Some of the stuff was extremely fascinating. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into that. The one thing, the spotlight on Switzerland presentation, I thought was there's a paradox as far as Switzerland, as far as private equity. It was amazing as one of the Germanic speaking countries. Private equity looks to Switzerland because of their low interest rates and their low sorry, I'm losing my notes here. Anyway, but paradoxically, internally, private investment in Switzerland, they only put 2 to 3% internally into private investment, even though they have the lion's share of it from global investments because of their lack of they have good interest rates. That they're solid. They don't have an inflation rate that's comparative to the rest of the market. I found that fascinating. It was extremely dry, but I stuck with it. I only fell asleep for 15 minutes. But anyway, that all being said, you guys, I don't know how to follow it. I mean, David Green, I'll see you again. I mean, we're in the business. I don't know. There's a big hole leaving this place. I understand the reasons why behind it for all you. You're going to be missed. Onyx, I really love getting to know you and our time at Wharton and the things that are already said. Everybody, on this, and I have this, thing between both boards. I as a new trustee, I'm able to observe this, and I've been shown, I said this at the BOR, what right looks like. You guys all ask tough questions. We have dialogue, robust discussion, and we also have, opposing arguments. But those questions need to be said. They need to be asked. At the cost of what? It's the cost of not doing it is there's so much to lose from not asking those tough questions and getting clarification. And, so yeah, David, Onyx, I hate to see you guys go. Onyx, you doing this on a voluntary basis. I understand the commitments. Going on, to Mr. Kelly. I'm going to try and get through this without crying, but my uncle, he passed away at 80 years old. He was my only family on the West Coast, and he never came out. And he was mistreated in his older years. He was a Korean War vet. He was an amazing human being. And, Mr. Kelly, I got to commend you for your openness about it. And it needs to be seen more, because the abuse that happened with my uncle at his later part of his life, at the hands of caretakers and whatnot, I could never take it back. You know, I never understood it. And it was anyway. So I don't want to bring it down. I'm trying to compliment you on your bravery and you know, and I looked at that and I meant to say something during Pride Month, but I didn't get it out and I didn't want to. So I just want to say thank you. You'll be missed also. And finally, to the chair, Ms. Sanchez. Oh my gosh, I've said this story before. I was following an offsite remotely, and your wit and candor and your translation of my greenism sometimes, you know, and again, you know, the loss that you've had to have this commitment, all of you guys, the commitment to this, you show me what right looks like. You've mentored me and you supported me and given me confidence to move forward and take the torch. I'm like, Ms. Rayu, I don't know, I'm worried, I'm nervous that I'll be able to hold on to it. But I mean, something's going right. We got another 6.6% of funded liability right out of the way, right? And a couple more billion. So I just want to say thank you to all. I am going to miss you. I'll do my best not to call you. But yeah, that's it, guys. I don't know much else to say. I hope I addressed everything with it, and just want to tell you, you know, good luck in your ventures. So,
thank you.
I'm gonna call on Santos. Yeah, we're gonna bring up the slides for you.
Oh, it's not necessary.
You don't
but
need them?
No,
Okay.
no.
Just in case.
Well, maybe now that you put them up. So this is just a really quick slide deck. We wanted to make sure that we recognized you and kind of delineated all of the committees and the service that you provided, the good service that you all have provided over the years. And so I do want to say thank you to all of the trustees for all of their support and their recognition of Mr. Grable and his staff and all the fantastic work that they do. And they're on the cutting edge, and that is definitely a direct reflection of the leadership that has been provided over the years of this particular board. And so I did want to just signal out those trustees that are leaving, and I want to wish them well. Trustee Jones, you know, when I found out that you were coming to serve, and I recognized your first name, I thought, is that the same individual that we worked with, you know, in a different capacity? And it was, and I was very, very happy that you decided to join us, because I knew that from my past experience with you, that you had a very, very good background in terms of finance, budget, and your due diligence. You were always prepared, quite frankly, in those other areas, and it just extended when you came here. So thank you very much for your service. I know that it's that I enjoyed spending some time with you and some other trustees, and so I'll always hold that time near and dear. It was very great to hear your story, quite frankly, and in your hometown of Philadelphia. Yeah. So next, so Mr. Kelly and I, we go way back. It's interesting how things kind of go in circles. You know, I worked with Joe, Trustee Kelly, for I think it's been over 20 years or so, and he was actually the treasurer and tax collector when I was the director over the operations side and the CEO side. And so the interesting thing is that I used to write his performance evaluations, and now he gets to write performance evaluations about myself. And so we kind of came full circle, but I appreciate his due diligence. I also wanted to thank him for, you know, educating myself actually in terms of, you know, the way he you know, some of the struggles that he had, and his passion for diversity and equity and inclusion. And his story was very compelling. I too had my youngest brother was gay as well. And I saw the struggles that he had, and it was really refreshing. I remember talking with my brother about, how do I come out in a public area, in his work environment? And I used to point to Joe as an example, because my brother was also a county employee. And so he found some inspiration in watching Mr. Kelly work through that process. I do want to recognize. I'm gonna save David for last, but Gina, Trustee Sanchez, I just want to thank you very, very much. I've learned a tremendous amount from you, just listening. How you attack problems, your analytical skills are second to none, quite frankly, and then your ability to translate those things so that us mere mortals can actually understand them. At least I'm talking for myself, in better context. And so I appreciate the patience that you had with me over the last 3 years or so, 4 years actually. It's been 4 years. And you've been a tremendous resource for not only myself and the staff, but also for your colleagues. And I think that shows true leadership on your part. And so thank you for your service. I did want to recognize Mr. Green. I think that everyone knows of your service to LACERA, all the time that you've spent, the fact that you've done a tremendous job of leading through the pandemic, for example, and you had a lot of leadership positions here at LACERA. But I think that what I wanted to point out is your championing of working families, and I don't think that people quite understand how impactful your particular position and your job is, that you represent such a large group of working families and county employees that do a lot of work that impact the communities tremendously each and every day. And you're not only impacting communities, but the men and women that you represent, quite frankly, impact individual lives. They try to make things better. And so as a 30-year county employee, working for the county, I've seen every day that particular struggle, and the fact that you represent them with honor and dignity, and that you try to uplift them. And I appreciate not only your leadership and your contribution to LACERA, but also to our communities as well, because I think that gets lost sometimes when we talk about things in this particular small forum, because you are so focused in on the 190,000 members that we have to represent. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I want to wish everybody a happy holiday coming up.
Thank you. John?
Wow. Excellent comments across the board. It's really hard to follow up, but I'm going to stay scripted, if that's okay, just to, First, happy holidays to everyone in the camera. Happy holidays, everyone. I hope that as we go into a new year, it's a better year for everyone. I think that there's a lot going on, and hopefully we all emerge better for what we're going through. I added a comment after Mr. Green spoke. As many people know, I'm an avid cyclist, so let's go.
Yeah. Get on your bike.
Yeah, let's go.
Frigonomics.
Yes.
Right. It's a long bike ride.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Bike ride.
Yes, we're going to New Mexico. So on behalf of the investment division, I would like to give a big thank you for your service to Ms. Jones, Mr. Green, Chair Sanchez, and Mr. Kelly. And everyone, we went through an SAA discussion today, which discussed an optimizer. So this is kind of our own little optimization effort right here. Okay, and so the inputs that we look to kind of maximize returns, mitigate risks, were advocating for our members, challenging staff, and raising expectations. So kind of those were the things that we put in the optimizer. It wasn't 40,000, It was fewer, but the results are in because we kind of ran since over the last decade plus of service from all the retiring trustees and the remaining trustees and those trustees that are no longer on the board. The results are in. We can see the outcome from that optimization. And today, the fund is better positioned to meet its mission to all 190,000 and growing members. So that's the first dimension of it. Our portfolios have greater diversification. Fantastic. The portfolios have performed in tumultuous periods. Like we've been through, a pandemic. We've been through recessions, through variety of political situations. And it's detailed in the quarterly performance report. Our returns are strong. They're strong in terms of absolute terms, absolute numbers. We're well over that 7% number if you go back, 10 plus years. Fantastic. The quarterly performance book shows our performance relative to peers. It's, across all periods, I believe it's, top quartile. So the optimizer worked compared to our benchmarks. So adding to some of the conversation that was brought up, what we also, the results are in, and what we also optimize is we're more aware of a variety of risk factors, metrics, perspectives. We talked about composition of the board, composition of the team. We talked about, in the T.I.D.E discussion today, we talk about, stewardship and a whole variety of perspectives. We are more aware in more dimensions than ever. And that is what has contributed to the outstanding returns. We're putting the best quality inputs in, and those inputs lead to the best, outputs. So collectively, what we've optimized, we've raised our game, and that we are closer. And once again, we'll never get there because I think it's always should just be slightly out of reach to being a best-in-class investor. So that ultimately is our strategic initiative. While we're meeting our mission to members, we're continuously getting better. That each tomorrow is our best day yet. And I think someone talked, I think it may have been Mr. Rue, about the foundation. The foundation comes from all trustees, especially those that are departing. So thank you. So those sentiments that I just shared were for Mr. Kelly, Chair Sanchez, Mr. Green, and Ms. Jones. But the investment team and I would also like to thank Onyx and David and Gina and Joe, because all of us have interacted with each of you and one another, over the years. And what we have learned is to appreciate the people behind the trustees and who are the trustees. And I think that's what makes all of us special, and has really, added to, my enjoyment of this interaction. So thank you.
Steve or anybody? No. Okay. So, forgot my best friend here. We are really buddies, texting buddies. So
Poor Linda has to chase after me. So, so I guess first, let me just say thank you to all of you. I think this has been an extraordinary year. This is the end of my second 3-year term, 6 years at LA County, which in dog years is a lot of years. And I have to say that I have learned so much in this role from all of you and from, the interactions we've had. One thing that I am most proud of is that we not only learned how to agree as a board, we also learned how to disagree at a time when that is very difficult to do. And so I think that we have figured out how to make disagreement the most productive process we can. And I think I am so proud of that. I think the engagement that we had on the board was second to none. And I think that that is another thing I'm very proud of. Obviously, to my fellow departing trustees, Onyx, you really showed yourself to be extraordinary so quickly. In only 2 years, you've had a decade of impact on the organization. So I hope you are absolutely proud of the work you did here. Obviously, to Mr. Kelly, had it not been for his decision to pass the baton, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. And this is not a role that I ever thought I would have or ever envisioned having or ever necessarily wanted. But in the end, I'm actually very glad I did it. I think it was good. It was a good experience for me. And I think that the experience ended up with some moments and some achievements to be proud of. And so I'm very pleased. David, your loss to the organization is going to be so enormous. I don't know that people really understand how much you do in the background in order to help ensure that our governance and that we get the best, most responsible people. Were it not for Mr. Green, I don't think that Supervisor Solis would have even known I existed or come to the decision to make an appointment. And so I really do credit you with the skills that you have working behind the scenes. And obviously, Herman, you were the water on the stone that wore me into taking this role. But it wasn't just that. You also were an incredible mentor and an incredible supporter, especially as I was learning which landmines to try to avoid. And granted, I had to step on some of those landmines on my own. And I appreciate that you were still there, even though I didn't listen to you, to say it's all going to be okay. So thank you. It is so, it is important. They say that one of the kind of elements of feeling good about where you go to work is that you have to feel like there's someone who has your back. Yeah. That defines, a certain level of comfort and willingness that you have to take risk. And Herman, you always had my back. I know. Thank you. And obviously to the newer members, well, to Mr. Knox, you were always Switzerland. I wish I could be as level-headed and as even-keeled and as you are. It is you're a testament in being able to manage. You took over the board after a moment of tumult, and were able to bring us back to an even-keel place. And I don't think that I could have taken. We could have emerged without your leadership at that moment. So I think you were really important. Mr. Ryu, obviously you are, I know you say that you are nervous and scared and you never feel like you're prepared, and quite frankly, neither did I. And it is amazing. I've seen what you can accomplish, and I know that your talent here is needed more than ever. And I'm so pleased that you are here. To become part of. You are no longer a freshman. You are officially a graduated member of the senior leadership, and so thank you for continuing on. And Mr. Jones, your next year will be extraordinary for everyone, particularly you. And I you have so many accomplishments ahead of you, and I'm really looking forward to watching that. And I know that you know my number because you text me every day. Yep. So I happy to be there for you. And Jason Green, you're singularly one of my favorite people because you just look at the world and just say it like it is, and it's so refreshing. And I can appreciate that perspective. And I think collectively, all of us have brought something a little different and a little different perspective, but I think we've all managed to be productive in doing so. And obviously, I couldn't have done all the work that I did without thanking Linda, who single-handedly organized me. Linda is incredible, and one I think I cannot say how important you are to this organization. Thank you for everything you have done. Okay. I think another person that I leaned on a lot actually is Steve Rice. Steve, you were incredible. You have dealt with me in the best moments and the worst moments. You've listened to my tirades, you've coached me through moments, and you've given me great advice. And I can't say how valuable that has been to me and just how much I appreciate it. Thank you. And obviously, Mr. Kryman, you came into the organization at a particularly tumultuous moment. And, you were confronted with me at the beginning of your tenure. And I am so pleased to see how you've managed, because you did not have an easy time of it. You came in at a tumultuous moment, and then the world went into tumult, and put that tumult in perspective, I have to say, and you still managed the process through that. And I think we've gotten to a good steady state as an organization. And I am, you will hear later when I give your evaluation, but I'm very, very, very happy that we brought you on board. We are very lucky to have you, and I have been very lucky to have you. And obviously, Mr. Grable, you are the only CIO I have ever known in this role, and I think that your role, you have done an extraordinary job. You have built a team. When I first got here, you had also just got here, and we were still sort of in a moment of tribalism in the organization. And you have managed to establish your leadership and get the buy-in of your team, and get that team all kind of rowing in the same direction. And I think that the ability for us to move toward delegated authority is a reflection of all the hard work you did for 5 years, building that team and establishing such great practices, even knowing, because I didn't come in and it wasn't like John said, hey, Gina, this is what I want you to do. That's not how it worked. I really, really saw how much work had been done, and you earned it. And so congratulations to you and all of your staff. I'm very, very, very extraordinarily proud of the work that I have had the honor of doing here. The work on the audit committee has been a real point of pride for me. That I think the work towards delegated authority is an enormous point of pride. And I just want to call out Tim and Ison, but particularly Tim. We asked you to do a tremendous amount of very low margin work in terms of how much went into it. And I hope you are proud of that work product, because it was extraordinary. And I think that without it, we couldn't have gotten the education that we needed in order to make the decisions that we made. So thank you for all of that. You really, really took the moment and gave us your best, and I appreciate that. So I think with that, I will sort of end in the great words of Douglas Adams. So long, and thanks for all the fish. All right, with that, we will adjourn into executive session. Thank you. Quick break. Yes, let's have a 15-minute break.
With your indulgence, let's take a picture of all of us. Before
Absolutely.
We leave. Is that good again?
Okay.
Okay, and so we are back in open session. It's 2:51 p.m. Okay, so our last item on the agenda is, I put my agenda away,
CEO compensation.
is CEO compensation. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, wait, we don't have the motion yet.
Whatever it is. It's a lot of trust.
I move the effective 1/1/2024. We provide the CEO with 3% cost of living adjustment. I further move to provide the CEO with 5% merit increase effective October 1, 2023. And this motion is consistent with what was adopted at the Board of Retirement. 1, 2, the 3% is consistent with the collective bargaining agreement that SEIU has with the representative members in LACERA. And the 5% merit increase reflects increases that many of the employees received in the organization, including the CIO. So to keep everything consistent, we have provided the CIO the same increases 3 and 5.
Okay,
Now a second.
we now have a second. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Knox.
Aye.
Sorry. Mr. Green.
Linda,
Aye.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, you need to say something.
Oh, sorry.
please,
Yeah,
excuse me.
thank you.
Just before the boards can take a final action, the legislative body shall orally report, excuse me, a summary of the final action of the salaries, salary schedule, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive as defined in subdivision D of section 3511.1 during an open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. The paragraph shall not affect the public's right under the California Public Records Act, Chapter 3.5, commencing with Section 6250 of Division 7 of Title I, to inspect or copy records created or received in the process of developing the recommendation. So the 5% salary increase will result in a $2,018.68 per month increase, and the COLA, 3%, will result in a $1,271.78 per month increase for a total salary of $43,664.29 per month salary. Okay, the $600 transportation allowance will continue, and this action will be in accordance with the joint Board of Retirement and Board of Investment approvals.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knox.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And Chair Sanchez.
And Mr. Green, Trustee.
Aye.
Oh, I didn't know you were still there. I'm so sorry. Mr. Green. I keep losing you.
Mhm.
Oh, he's aye. Okay, got it.
Move to adjourn.
Aye.
Second, third.
Okay.
Wait, oh, wait.
All right.
Felt
Thank
good,
you.
didn't it? That felt good.
Woo-hoo!
That's the best part of the job right there.